Well, a pleasant day to all, and welcome to Amplify Your Impact. I am Fabiola Cleofa from Curacao, Dutch Caribbean, and I'm a member and Vice President membership of Leadership Speak. Also, the first annual Global Leadership Award recipient. Leadership Speak is a premier club for experienced Toastmasters to become better self-directed leaders. A club that chartered the second half of last educational year and ended the year as president distinguished. I am your chief orchestration director for today, and I'm starting this session like this. Let's amplify our impact. There is always success when you look at not the door that just closed, but the new one that opens. There is always a silver lining in any cloud. Amplify your impact is meant to focus on how your impact can be more meaningful, more assertive, that creates outcomes outside of the norm. We all make a difference and impact those around us. But if we can focus what type of difference and impact we want to make, we can begin to inspire and uplift our constituents. Amplify Your Impact is a mini extension of Global Leadership Impact Summit, a major annual production to bring a fresh look at Toastmasters and the inspiration to rise to the next level of what is possibly positive. When a small group of people come together to create the unprecedented, they amplify their impact, which in turn ripples out to inspire the rest. You, as our audience today. This meeting is going to be guided by our Master of Ceremony, Brent. Brent is the inaugural and immediate past president of Leadership Speak and a member of Toastmasters since 2019. He is an experienced senior executive, previously leading teams as large as 4,000 employees across the globe, now focusing his time on independent consulting for a variety of projects and spending time with family. Let's welcome Master of Ceremony Brent to the virtual lectern.
We always start sometimes with a little technical difficulties when we're meeting in a virtual world, of course. It happens in person too. I've delivered speeches in person where the microphone doesn't work or whatever the case might be. Fabiola, thank you for that wonderful introduction and welcome everyone to Amplify Your Impact. As Fabiola mentioned, this is a continuation of the Global Leadership Impact Summit that we launched in July of this year. And I'm sure that many of the people here today were at that initial summit that we had on July the 23rd. Welcome back to Amplify Your Impact. So what is it that we're trying to do here? Well, I think most of the people that are here are likely in Toastmasters. And anyone who's in Toastmasters know that Toastmasters is the place where leaders are made. But leaders don't just get made by saying that we're going to do it. It's by sharing that information about how we can amplify our impact as leaders to inspire other people to become leaders. And that's really what we're trying to do here with the Global Leadership Impact Summit and through Amplify Your Impact. As Fabiola mentioned, I was the immediate past president of a club focused specifically on developing self-directed leaders. That's a club that we founded earlier this year, Leadership Speak. And out of that club, our club founder was then further inspired as he was working his way towards his third DTM to create the Global Leadership Impact Summit. Why? At the end of the day, we live in this world of uncertainty, complexity, and a little ambiguity. And this project is meant to bring together the positivity and camaraderie amongst Toastmasters who want to succeed in the current climate and be inspired to rise to the next level and hopefully inspire others along the way. We've got what I like to think is a stimulating and inspirational session today. We've got a forum discussion with current district directors. We've got a panel discussion with past international presidents of Toastmasters. In addition to that, we have two keynote speakers who are going to talk to us about their keys to successful communication and leadership. And then we also have a panel to discuss with this year's champions of public speaking from the Toastmasters International Speech Contest that was held in Nashville earlier this year. It's an exciting lineup. We're going to be on here. If anyone hasn't had a chance to check the agenda, I know the agenda has been posted in the chat. We're going to go through those sessions today and keep it engaging and exciting for everyone. And to start off, though, what I was hoping is that I could have our Zoom master launch a poll for us, just for us to show where everybody's coming from that are currently in the session. If we can grab that poll, thank you very much. And if everybody could just tell us where you're currently located. Leadership Speak, which is a club that we founded earlier this year, is a virtual club that currently boasts members from, and Brahm, you can keep me honest here if this isn't correct, but over 13 different countries and just our one small advanced leadership development club. I'm really interested to see the results of the poll. If we could make sure that we're sharing the results of the poll as well, our Zoom master, for everybody to see.
We are still collecting information and then we will share it.
Okay. All right.
We have so far 132 people respond.
Wow.
So we are looking for some more response, please. All right, let me end the poll and share. Here's the result. Can you see it?
That's pretty amazing if we really think about that, folks. Obviously, this is a club that was founded in Canada, and I think that probably speaks to the network that we have as to why we have a large representation of Canadians in here. However, if we really look across this, it's amazing that we're able to have this type of diversity in a meeting where we're trying to talk about becoming better leaders. It's that diversity that really will help us become better leaders ourselves by having the opportunity to learn from different cultures and be able to apply that to our own learnings as we inspire others to become more effective leaders. Without further ado, I would first like to introduce our first panel discussion moderator. He's an award-winning Toastmaster, 2 times over distinguished Toastmaster, working towards his third. He was awarded Club Coach of the Year in 2020. During his presidency at his club, My Speak, that club was recognized as Club of the Year for 2021 in District 86 and was ranked in the top 4 of all Toastmasters clubs globally. He was the club growth director for District 86 in 2021 and 2022, and is currently the president of Leadership Speak, the club that he's founded. He is a master coach in the personal mastery and leadership space, and a consultant to large organizations. And of course, he's also the founder of the Blockbuster Project, Global Leadership Impact Summit, for creating that leadership education throughout the world. Please welcome to the virtual stage, Bram Mammon. Bram.
Thank you very much, Brent, for that wonderful introduction. And thank you for setting off the meeting on the right note. Technology is always not that reliable still, because of course we are all using home-based systems to get connected on Zoom, and hence we will have glitches here and there. We are not professionals. We are trying to be semi-professionals. We are on our way. Now, this session is about the past international presidents coming and talking to us and on a panel, and we will take questions from the audience as well. I have prepared questions beforehand for them beforehand, and I will be asking them a few questions, and then we will open it up to the audience. So if you have a question in the audience, make sure it is brief, succinct, and you'll be brought on screen and you can ask the question yourself, but you'll have to type the question in first in the chat. The chat moderator will then read your question, and if it is short and succinct, then you'll be brought on and you will be able to ask the past international presidents the question. Our two past international presidents are Pat Johnson and Lark Doley. And at the end of the session, just before we end the session, each will get 2 minutes to summarize the learnings we've had today. And there's a lot to learn today about how we are going to amplify our impact. So please, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Pat Johnson. And please unmute Pat, please. Thank you. We'll wait for you to unmute. Perfect. Hi, Pat. How are you?
I'm very well. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. It's great to be here.
And thank you for being here today, Pat. Now, rather than me introducing a bit about yourself, tell the audience and the people here a little bit about yourself.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I've been in Toastmasters for 39 years now. That's, I think, called a lifer. Most of my life I've been here. I've been in Toastmasters many more years than I have not been in Toastmasters. I joined in a northern community of Manitoba in the middle of Canada in 1983. And it really, Toastmasters gave me my life. I have, obviously, because I'm invited here, I served as international president in 2010, 2011, which was really a highlight in my Toastmasters experience. Not one that I'd set out to attain, but one that I grew into, and my mentors encouraged me to do so. So thank you so much for having me here. And I'm thrilled to listen to everybody's questions. And also, I'm really interested in listening to Lark Doley's answers. Thanks, Bram.
Thank you, Pat. So now, Lark, you've been put on spot. Please welcome Lark Doley, past international president. Hello, Lark. And could you please spotlight the others as well and unmute Lark? Welcome, Lark. Good morning.
Thank you so much. And I cannot believe Pat's put me on the spot like that. I look forward to hearing her answers today. But yes, thank you, Bram, so much. I am a newbie in Toastmasters compared to Pat. I joined 33 years ago in September of 1990. And as Pat says, Toastmasters absolutely has transformed my life. It supported me in my business as an entrepreneur, and it has supported me in my personal life. I have loved the friendships that I have been granted to make during my Toastmaster journey, and certainly serving as a president of this organization, had the privilege to meet members from around the globe. And truly that has been a highlight of my Toastmasters journey.
Well, welcome and thank you for being here and thank you for accepting the invitation. I know you have a very busy schedule, especially Lark and Pat. You accepted this invitation on very short notice. I know you like a longer period of notice, but on a very short notice, you're still here. Thank you so much. I know Lark, especially you have an event happening at your home later on, but you're still here. Thank you for your service. Now, our theme is amplify your impact. So we are going to focus a little bit about impact and leadership and how leaders can make an impact. That is our focus today. The burning question that I have had for a little while now during the pandemic and still have is, how is leadership changing as we move forward in the pandemic and the post-pandemic? And is there really a post-pandemic? Well, we won't answer that question, but how is leadership changing as we go forward? Or is it changing? Either one, Lark or Pat.
Do we want to toss a coin, Pat?
You go first.
All right, I'll go first. I have read many articles about the impact of the pandemic, and one of these articles I thought was very interesting, and this is a quote from it: "Humanity got a promotion during the pandemic." And it's a research paper called Leading with Humanity. I think what we have learned during the pandemic is that we have to lead differently. If you were a member of an organization that was results driven, you found out that you have to also ensure the well-being of your employees. And as our organization, I believe that in March 2020, when the pandemic hit the world, we made a decision immediately to ensure the safety of our members by asking all of our clubs to meet online. So we believe in the safety of our members. I was asked to present a speech on compassionate leadership, and I had not researched compassionate leadership. And I spent over 100 hours researching the topic and preparing a presentation on the topic of compassionate leadership. And the definition of compassionate leadership is empathy plus action equals compassion. And of course, the leadership part of it is that we have to lead with that empathy, act on that empathy for the members of our organization or the employees of our companies. I learned so much by researching compassionate leadership and learned that it does take integrity, which is, of course, the first core value of our organization. It takes authenticity. So we as leaders need to be authentic. Our members need to trust us in order to follow us. We have to have empathy. We also have to be accountable to them. We need to respect the dignity of every individual, the diversity of our organization. And we need to model that in everything that we do. So to me, that's the difference in leadership post-pandemic, or as the pandemic wanes, is that humanity is center focus.
Amazing. Compassionate leadership. I believe that we do need to be compassionate with our constituents and understand and really walk in their shoe as to currently what they're facing and why they're feeling frustrated. What is the struggle? The experience they're used to is no more the experience anymore online and so on. So absolutely quite on the ball. Pat, how about you?
Well, could say ditto, but I'll say some things that are similar in my words.
Yes.
I think that the characteristics or the way that we need to lead these days is not different than it was before, but it's on loudspeaker now. Because I think we got away with it before if we didn't bring humanity and vulnerability and trust and respect and integrity to our relationships. I think we got away with it sometimes, unless people were very observant or very probing. And I think that the pandemic or the circumstances that we went through as a result put it on loudspeaker. I believe that relationship is the basis of all leadership. I think when we are leading in our communities, our religious communities, where we live, where we work, in our own personal lives, I believe that we need to bring vulnerability. We need to bring inclusion. We need to build trust. Trust is the most powerful relationship that we can have with someone, and yet it's the most fragile. Research shows that trust, if you break trust, you must do something to rebuild that trust 46 times, I believe it is, to actually rebuild trust. And in that rebuilding of trust, if at any time in that 40 some requirements that you break it again, you have to go back to one and start over. So it speaks to the power and the preciousness of trust. And I think that brings us back to the core value of Toastmasters with integrity and respect, that if we live from there in all our relationships, that we can lead wherever we're asked to lead. And so I ask each one of us to step up and bring our humanness to leadership in whatever we're doing. And for me, that is one of the things that I've learned in life, is that it's really important to remember what I felt like the very first time I walked into a Toastmasters meeting, to remember when somebody suggested that I go to Toastmasters and I didn't know what that was. And those times when I didn't do as well as I thought I would do. And the vulnerability we feel when we step forward and say, I'm willing to lead in whatever organization or part of our life it is. So I just, I think that those are my thoughts on that. And I think that for me, as I listened to Lark, I went, oh, I have nothing to say because she said it all. But those are my words around the same themes. Thank you, Brahm.
You know what, Pat, you actually hit something right on the nail. It's on loudspeaker. It really is, because we found that a small something that is off in a physical meeting on online meetings, it really gets amplified a lot. And so in my clubs and the clubs that I coach, and I coach a lot of clubs globally, I get called to sort of talk to them as well and coach, is that service and excellence has to be amplified several notches from your physical meetings, because it gets, people see it at once, right away. I in fact tell the clubs that I'm coaching or mentoring is that when a guest enters a room, within 30 seconds, you need to greet them in an online setting. In a physical setting, it may be okay, a minute or two, but in an online setting, if you're talking amongst yourselves and the guest hasn't been greeted, I mean, the thing is, it gets amplified right away, right? Like if you go to a restaurant and you are standing to be set at your table, and the waiter doesn't, or somebody doesn't come and take your name down and greet you within the first minute, you feel like, what's going on here? And so it gets amplified here, right? So I give them the example of a restaurant and then Toastmasters online and see, would you go to the restaurant? Would you go to the Toastmasters club? So what do you guys think about that? I know it's a curveball question, right?
Well, I believe that that's true. I think that we have the opportunity when we're online to reach over and quickly click out. So if I'm not treated the way I want to be treated or expect to be treated, it's very easy to click and disappear. If I would have been visiting my first Toastmasters online, I might not have ever clicked on. But because I walked into a physical room and somebody was standing there reaching out their hand to say, welcome to Toastmasters, it was very difficult to turn and physically walk out of the room. So I think that we do need to be particularly diligent when we're here. And I think also that when we, I know that there's the pressure and we hear it all the time when we're online. Oh, we're so quiet. Nobody's talking and we're in a Toastmasters meeting. And I go, for me, I'm often quiet because I'm checking to see who's in the room. But my role wasn't to greet. So I think that we need to be specific about who's the role, who's looking after that role, or are we all chatting amongst ourselves and forgetting the stranger who's appeared, which is easy to happen. So yes, I agree with that statement, and absolutely it's amplified because of the ease to click off and disappear.
Yes.
We can
correct.
easily get out of a meeting.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Bram. Absolutely. So to me, the Sergeant at Arms has that additional responsibility in an online club to be sure that they start the meeting early and that they greet each person, whether it be a guest or a member, as they enter the room, and have that opportunity for that social interaction. I think it's incredibly important. Certainly it's important in in-person meetings, and I belong to clubs that are hybrid clubs as well as a virtual club. So I have experienced both of them. And I love the in-person interaction, but it is, to me, absolutely the responsibility of the Sergeant at Arms. And by the way, in Australia, they taught me that's the Vice President of First Impressions, to be sure that that is managed
Wow.
in a golden manner.
I love that. Actually, I think we should ask all the clubs to have that. Vice President of First Impressions. Wow, a great idea. So here's the second question, and you may have already answered it, but let's have a probe at it. Is what do leaders in Toastmasters community need to watch out for that begins to amplify their own impact at the club level, especially, because everything happens at the club level, right?
But absolutely, that's where our learning takes place, is at our club level. I'm going to interpret this question a specific way, because what I hear this question asking is what to look out for to know that our leadership is being amplified. And for me, that was when someone that had been in a higher office than me reached out to me. And that made me think that I was visible and I was being heard. And so that my presence was being amplified, and therefore my impact was being noticed. I also think that as soon as we're elected to a club office, we are hugely amplifying our impact, because we get to ensure that the club reaches President's Distinguished. We are on that leadership committee, and that's the best place that I know of to practice leadership. We can get club presidents that don't want to do a club success plan. How, as VP of membership, which I currently am, how do you influence that group and sell the benefits of doing a club success plan? How do you ensure that the VP of education, without taking over from the president, is tracking people's goals and scheduling people to achieve their goals so that they stay in Toastmasters? How do you ensure that the executive committee meetings are well attended? How do you, me as a VP of membership, I love this role because I feel this is such a leadership role. I have that impact as soon as that guest reaches out, to be quick, to be responsive, to be caring, to be bring my humanity to what they're looking for, and to ensure that we build a relationship so that there's some stickiness in that relationship. I think that our clubs abound in leadership, and people say, why are you serving at your club after being president? And my response was, oh my goodness, this is where I learn. And I'm bringing my learning back to continue to learn in my club.
Pat, I'm so glad that you said that. I'll get to you, Lark, in a second. But my thought was this: there are in some clubs, certain senior members who may have done the DTM. They've been around for 5, 6, 7 years. They've done many different roles, and when they're given the role of a timer or a grammarian or accountant, says, I'm not going to do that. What do you say to that?
Well, for me, I'd say we lead by example, and
Yes.
We're all signed up in an education program. So what do you want to do with the timer's role that hasn't been done yet? Be creative, be innovative, bring some pizzazz to the timer's report.
Love it. in one of the clubs that I used to belong to, the timer, whoever was the timer, they would look up the history of timing or what the future will be. And so they'll mention a small little bit of 30 seconds, a minute about timing and how we came to have clocks or what sort of clocks. There's so many inventive things one can do, right? Much more than what a beginner would do. Absolutely. Lara,
I was just going to say the most innovative timers report I ever heard was a fellow wrote a poem and he inserted all the timing in the poem and it was brilliant. He had worked obviously before the meeting, but that was probably 30 years ago and I still remember that timers report. So I aspire to give a timers report some year like that. Over to Lark.
Lark.
Thanks so much. I absolutely can say ditto to both Pat and Bram. I will say that I think it is essential in order for us to amplify our impact that we model the core values every day, every moment, and certainly throughout our Toastmasters journey. We lead by example, and people are watching us. And I will tell you that I'm not 100% there all the time, but I know that it is imperative that I lead by example and that I model our core values of integrity, respect, service, and excellence in everything that I do, because people are watching me. And I believe that all of our club officers need to understand that. Adding accountability perhaps to our core values, I believe that we are accountable. We are accountable to ourselves. We are accountable to our members, our clubs, our districts, our regions, our international organization. And if we model our core values and hold ourselves accountable, then we will amplify our impact.
Amazing. Going back to Pat, what I really liked is she said, the club success plan, the VP of Education, tracking people's goals and the follow-up. Those are some of the key things because those are part of the measure of a distinguished club plan and how the club will get distinguished. And then, of course, the membership and the VP of PR would be tracking on how are we getting the guests in and are they being converted into members, right? I said those are the three key roles that interact with the members and the constituents and guests on a very regular basis. The VP of PR, the VP of membership, and the VP of education. Key roles. And so they're the key people who actually get together and make sure that the club success plan really follows through. Of course, all the other roles are important as well, but these are the ones that really interact with the constituents, the guests and the members. And so what they do gets impacted and amplified, right?
Absolutely. We also have we have 9 executive members in our club because we share the roles. And so one of them is a coordinator of mentorship. So that is a special position that we elect in our club. And they are vital in early engagement and good matching of mentors to those new members. And all our members are matched with mentors that want mentors. So regardless of how long you've been in Toastmasters, and I still have a mentor, I'm still learning from him. So I think when we quit learning, it's time to leave this earth. So I'm determined to keep learning because I like it here right now.
Lifelong learning, right?
Yes.
Let's move on to a few more questions and then we'll see if there's any questions from the audience. But my team, before we came here, and I had asked my team what the questions I would like to ask you. And I don't know if they are here or not, but Mariana Burke is, of course, here. She's our VP of Education. And she had asked to ask you this question. It is, what is your opinion regarding the evolution of Toastmasters International Organization? Is it moving too fast, too slow, too little, too rigid? Is it losing focus? So that's her question. Mariana, you can spotlight yourself if you and please be here. So would like to answer that, or should I go over the question again? Mariana do you have that question in front of you, Mariana? I don't think she probably has, because this is a pre-production question. So the question is, what is your opinion regarding the evolution of Toastmasters International Organization? Is it too much or too little, too fast, too rigid, or losing focus?
So this may seem like a loaded question for us, but I'd like to address it because I was still on the board of directors in March of 2020. Actually, that was my last March board meeting as the immediate past president of the organization. And I will tell you that we acted with agility and courage during that board meeting to make the decision that the pandemic was so disastrous to our organization that we needed to be sure that we ensured the safety of our members, as I said earlier, and have all of our clubs meet online. And since that time, I left the board in August of 2020. And of course, the pandemic continued for, well, it's still continuing today, but certainly it continued throughout 2020 and into 2021. I believe that our board of directors made courageous decisions, and they made them quickly. I will say, though, that due to the reduction of our membership from over 300,000 to under 300,000, and our number of clubs from 16,000 to under 15,000, certainly the resources of our organization at World Headquarters are not what they were in 2020. Therefore, I think we need to be smart about some of the things that we do in our organization. And what I would love to see is leveraging past leaders to support our World Headquarters staff. And they are doing a lot of that with working groups. And by the way, the Past Region Advisors Council is very active and actually creating tangible resources for our organization to use. And I think we could leverage past leaders and do more of that. Literally things like creating training materials, supporting the training department at World Headquarters. I think that we could do that for them so that their limited resources are not stretched any thinner than they already are. So I would love to see us leverage our past leaders in developing and creating resources for our organization. I also believe that there are so many resources available through our districts. And when I was actually running for the office of second vice president, I created a knowledge base of all of the resources from the district websites globally at that time. And I think that if we did that, if we created a knowledge base of resources that districts have created, including some incredible leadership training that has been developed in countries around the world, that would support and strengthen our clubs. So those are some things I'd love to see us do. Do I think we're moving too fast, too slow? I think that we are being much more courageous and agile in everything that we do. Certainly we were impacted by the ERP transition, but I think we're coming to the end of that, and we've got the store open. So we have hopefully seen the end of that problem with the organization, but I hope that we would also think about leveraging the other resources that we have available to us. Thank you, Bram.
And I agree with you, Pat. Lark, is that our organization is spanning more than 140 different countries, people from all sorts of different cultures, diversity, different backgrounds, and yet, yes, it is communication, leadership, and we have the 4 core values that connects us. But still, there are differences in different cultures and different understanding that still do occur. And so, I would say that are we moving fast, slow? I think we all need to sort of support everyone else, each other. And I think that as Toastmasters, our Toastmasters promise, if you remember that, and supporting each other, I think we can grow tremendously rather than keep complaining about things and so on. What do you think, Pat?
Yes, I agree that I think that we would be in a totally different place. Well, this is an obvious statement without the pandemic that would have forced us online the way it did. But I will say that there have been huge benefits for the organization, not in terms of overall membership and revenue and the traditional business that we've done, but certainly bringing the world together, experiencing global leadership and global friendships, being able to pop into a country that you've never visited before and be part of that club and that culture. I think that it's important to remember that we elect our board and our board leads us. So it is a membership-led organization. World Headquarters does what we ask them to do from the board. And so I say that it's each of our responsibilities as leaders in the Toastmasters world to ensure that you do your diligence, your due diligence, and I mean seriously take this project or assignment when you're electing leaders. Do not believe necessarily what someone says. Research it, check it out, see who this person is. Make sure that you're electing your leaders that live by the core values, that uphold them, and have represented you on the board. The board also, and I said this all the time I was president, if you're writing to World Headquarters to the board, do it if you've got an issue. There is no black hole. There are folders where those issues go into. And when that topic comes around to the board agenda, all that research is compiled and given to the board committee that's working on that issue. So please, if you've got concerns, if you've got ideas, share them. I've been lobbying for corporate, as many of you know, for years and years. And first of all, I'm pretty persistent. I have some people who hold me accountable for that. But also the board listens and World Headquarters listens, the president listens. And I don't think that our organization locks our leaders away so that they're inaccessible. Reach out, be a leader, and bring a positive. If you bring a problem, bring a solution, bring a discussion with it. But remember that we elect the board that leads us. So the responsibility comes back to us.
Indeed. Now let's move on a little bit further down here. I would like to ask the audience, if you have a question, please don't send it to me directly because I can't read the questions and be a moderator. Please put it for everyone, the question, and our chat moderator, Mariana, will bring you on if the question is succinct and short. If you put it for me, it'll get ignored because I can't be in two places. That's a request for our audience. Our next question, let's go back to more of at the club level, because at the club level is where we make a difference. And we have a question here from my team from beforehand, before we came here. The question was, what did you think the primary responsibilities would be starting your position, international president? And what did you do to amplify your impact in Toastmasters? So how did you begin and how did you end up here? And what was the impact you were making? I think that's the question.
Well, I'll start out. When I took over and was elected your international president, my understanding was that my responsibility was to lead and protect the organization. I felt that I was elected to be the leader of us as we steward the organization, to consider everything that happens in the world of Toastmasters when you make a decision, and to lead the board, to create the agenda in collaboration and bring the items that were relevant forward. That was a phenomenal learning experience for me. The year that I served as international president was like a crucible for me. I went through so many absolutely breathtaking experiences, both from awe-inspiring to absolutely terrifying. And you can't go through that as a human being without experiencing movement and growth, which I did. And I have to say that I hope I never forget the feeling I had when I stood on the stage with my farewell speech at the end of my year, because I felt like an entirely different person from when I had stood there at my inaugural speech. The experiences, and I owe that all to the members and the organization. I had a very powerful board, and they were very strong-willed and very, very, engaged. And I was always reminded myself that You'll never be tried beyond what you can endure. And as goes the leader, so goes the group. And so those were my two guideposts when I went into the boardroom,
Yes.
to appreciate the power that they brought individually and to bring all of that together to be a powerful board.
Amazing. Earlier this year, I had our distinguished Toastmaster, Matt Kinsey, our international president currently. It was, I think, in February, I had him come to our district for district training. And one of the things he said is that not everyone who joins Toastmasters wants to be a world champion of public speaking, or not everyone wants to be an international president. So most of us really are here to make sure that we learn how to speak and communicate and become better leaders, right? Yeah. That's our journey, really. That's how we start. But then sometimes we end up where you guys have ended up. So Lark, what do you think?
Thank you so much. I quoted Mahatma Gandhi, "Be the change that you want to see in the world," when I gave my speech for second vice president. And during my year as president, we had moved our headquarters from California to Colorado. We had just finished launching Pathways. And I thought that my role that year was to stabilize our organization. I thought it was to inspire our members, our clubs, our districts, regions to achieve the gold standard for their members and their clubs throughout the world. But I wanted to be a stabilizing force. And of course, I had no idea that the year after my year as international president, that we would be struck by a global pandemic. I didn't know the definition of change during my year as Toastmasters International President. But upon reflection, I hope that people remember me as someone who listened to them. Because during the changes to our organization before the pandemic, I wanted our members, our clubs, our district leaders to realize that I was listening to them. I wanted to communicate with them more frequently, and I wanted to communicate the why in our communications. During my year as international president, we had the My Why campaign. And for any of you who've been in the organization since 2018, we wanted to find out why people joined Toastmasters, and we promoted that to encourage more people to join. We had the Wow Factor campaign for clubs. We wanted clubs to promote the reason that you should join their club, their value proposition, their unique value proposition. So those are some of the things that we implemented during the 2018-2019 term. And it was the year that our Rotary Alliance came to fruition. That Rotary Alliance had been in the works for many years prior to that. And Balraj Arunasalam, our president, the year prior, he was the one who developed that connection with Rotary. And I was so grateful to actually end that year to sign the agreement with Rotary for that alliance. So there were many positive things that occurred during that year, but because of all the changes prior to that, I wanted to be a stabilizing force, to listen to the members, realize that we were there for them, and we were developing programs that we believed would take us into the future. And of course, the next year when the pandemic did hit, absolutely, having Pathways, our digital education program, did support us in that transition to online class.
It was actually a great boon. I think perhaps a foresight or something. I don't know, that Pathways was available online, right? It's just amazing and so great. All right, we'll take questions from the audience. Mariana, first question.
Yes, the first question is, let me just, it's W.D. Banu asking, is imagine yourself in Dr. Smedley's body, and if you could come back like 100 years ago, what would you be as Dr. Smedley? Your priorities to change in Toastmaster today?
And if you could spotlight Banu, that'd be great. Thank you.
Wow, this is a really tough question. I think Dr. Smedley was very intent on, if I could dare to interpret what his intention was, I think he was really intent on teaching a workforce to be more effective. And I think that it was an idea that its time had come, that there was a need for people to learn to speak up and to speak out and be heard. I think our workplace was changing. Women were more evident in the workplace, although he was training men. And I don't know if Dr. Smedley, well, I'm sure he never imagined where we would be, 149 countries of the world. So all I would say is that I'm grateful that he held on to his idea, that he was as persistent as he was, because I think that's the lesson I learned from Smedley, is never give up. If it's powerful and if it's useful, then persist and just do it in your own quiet way. You don't have to have a great fanfare, but just work away at what developing and achieving what you think is worthwhile. And it was of service, and it was really an education activity that he started. He was teaching and people were learning from him. And I think that's one of the things that I believe is lost today, that we forget that this is an education organization, that we pay tuition to actually come to class every week and to learn from one another as well as teach. And I think that would be the one thing I would like to amplify that Smedley did, that I think we could do better at nowadays, is to remember that it's education. Over to you, Lark. Oh, Bram.
No, and Lark, yeah, please, because I think we are running out of time. I'm getting, we are going to
absolutely. I think about the vision of Ralph Smedley, and to think that he started this in the basement of the YMCA and that it is now a global phenomenon. I wish that he had included women from the outset, but obviously they learned that lesson. So I would say, yes, communication and leadership and the benefits of friendship. I believe that's the other part of this organization, is the benefits of friendship. Thank you.
So if we have time for two more.
Yes, please go ahead. Yes. Who's next?
Zoe asking about TI's plan for social media impact. Any strategies, but how can we use social media as an impact in TIs? And talking about terms of languages, platforms.
Okay.
Any guidelines?
Let's have Zoe ask the question to be more clear. So go ahead and ask the question, because what you may have written is not quite exactly what you may have been thinking.
Yes.
So what is your question? Because we are not clear on reading the question.
Yes, thank you so much. My question is about Toastmasters International's development strategies in the digital age, especially about how we can, amplify the impact of this organization globally in social media channels, more specifically like different platforms, languages, and some branding guidelines. Thank you.
So the question is about promotion and different channels, different languages. I think, yes. Go ahead, Pat or Lark.
I'll let Lark lead, because she's been on the board more recently than me, because we didn't talk multimedia when I was there.
Right, absolutely. And I would say that we probably should contact our international president, Matt Kinsey, and have him answer this question. But I will say that certainly we started some marketing pilots when I was on the board of directors, and now we are partnering with our districts on marketing. I would say that the public relations manager of every district is responsible for marketing within their districts. And because of the cultural differences, the language differences, I believe that that's a good place for it, certainly. But absolutely, there are many more marketing activities that have been orchestrated with Toastmasters International from World Headquarters. since the time that I have been on the board. And I know they're doing more and more all of the time. So global marketing, I think, is very important. And again, with the public relations managers of each district, with the vice president public relations of each club, I think we have the opportunity, obviously, to spread the word about Toastmasters to the 7.5 billion people on the planet. So we have an opportunity here, a golden opportunity to have many more members and clubs in our organization.
And I will echo that and support that. The wording around the fact that it is the club and the district's responsibility to market, not world headquarters. They can create some tools for us, but we're much more agile if the district and the clubs get busy and do it, because we have people like Zoe, who probably has great experience and technology, knowledge in this field that could lead the way wherever you are, and we would follow you. Regardless of where you are. So step out boldly in your clubs and in your district. Don't wait for the board. They've got governance issues and other things that they've got also. So thank you, Zoe.
Thank you very much. We have a next question coming up, and the last question from our audience.
Noor
Noor
Mohammed, if you
Yeah.
can spotlight him. And his question is, how do you pass your TM experience to a TM collective experience? How can we reference it? So how can Toastmaster International use your experience in a long run after you are not a...
I'll attempt to answer that. As a past president, I was 15 years in leadership before I was the international president, and I was president in 10-11, and I have been busy on committees and speaking and giving workshops and doing officer training and being on panels and leading events at Toastmasters conventions, hosting conventions. I have never been given a holiday or time off since I started leadership in Toastmasters, because I'm willing to say, what can I do next? Because I see it as a learning opportunity to stay engaged, keep excited about the program, and meet all the new leaders that are coming that we may get to impact. And I feel like I was the 5th woman president, and 2 of those women ahead of me had already passed away. And so with 3 women at that time as leaders in this organization, I felt that it was critical to be really active. And I've chosen to do that both for myself and for a role modeling. And I hope that that's been beneficial. Lark.
Absolutely. And again, we can use the term ditto with this. I served with Pat Johnson on the board of directors, and my journey to president was much longer than hers. But I will tell you that I learn from her every day. And what I want to do is to be available for any role at the club level, at any level of this organization. So I want to be available to serve this organization in any way I possibly can for the rest of my life.
Amazing. We had a great discussion. I know time flies by very quickly in a panel discussion, but we discussed quite a bit actually, and broad ideas. I mean, we could have a panel discussion just with you guys for 2 hours or so, and we would still run out of time. But this is a long event, so our time is restricted. So to summarize, Pat and Lark, your summary for today.
You want to go first, Lark?
I went first to begin with, so why don't you go?
Okay, there we go. I encourage everyone to stay uncomfortable in Toastmasters. If you're settled into your club, go find a new club that pushes you and challenges you. And I think that's why you're here, is you're looking for challenges and opportunities. If you're comfortable in your district, step up and take a role that you haven't done. If you're comfortable in your leadership, stretch forward and say, where could I be? Could I lead as an RA? Could I lead as an international director? Could I be on my district team? And the other thing that I would say, as you challenge yourself to step forward, one of the challenges for some of us leaders is also to step back. when we are past leaders at our clubs, at our districts, at international level, it is important, it is vital that we remember to step back and become the mentors, not the leaders, in terms of front row, to be there to mentor and let people lead, to discover their leadership and give people space to learn and grow. That is the greatest gift I think we can do, is to share our learning and our experience and support others in theirs. So I would just encourage you to stay uncomfortable in Toastmasters, whether it's being quiet or whether it's stepping forward and making a noise. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you,
Lark.
Pat. And if you are in my club, Leadership Speak, you will be uncomfortable because it's an advanced club. Anyways, I really push people. Lark.
I say to all of you, thank you for amplifying your impact by being present here today. I attended the first Global Impact Summit, and I was so inspired by that summit that I wanted to be able to attend all of them. When Brahm asked me to participate today, I would have been just as comfortable, in fact, more comfortable by being with you as an attendee than as a participant, but I am honored that I was invited to be here. We have an opportunity in Toastmasters to grow every moment of our journey in this organization. We have the opportunity to achieve greater heights in our career and in our personal life if we will simply take advantage of the opportunities that are available to us. So what was your initial my why? What was your second my why? What is your my why today? And how can you amplify your impact by staying in this organization, continuing to grow and develop in this organization, and give back to this organization? Thank you, Brahm.
Thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate your contribution today, and hopefully we pushed the audience a little bit forward in their leadership and in the thinking as well. Thank you very much. Brent, this is all yours. Please unmute Brent.
All right. Pat, Lark, thank you very, very much. It was a fantastic session. I really just wanted to, when I think about what did I really take away from a lot of that communication. And Lark, I think one of the things that sometimes gets lost in leadership, especially when we're talking about a lot of emphasis on communicating and being an effective leader and being able to speak clearly and confidently. But the one takeaway that I really wanted to emphasize from what you had said is that you wanted to be remembered by the people that you were leading as someone who listened to them. And I think that sometimes is a forgotten key tenet of being an effective leader. It's also about our ability to listen, that really is the key to communication, knowing that it's a two-way street, and that as a leader, it's just as important for us to be the listener as it is to be the one that's advancing out that message and trying to inspire others. That sometimes that inspiration just comes and motivation comes from knowing that you listen to them. And thank you very much for that. That was great. Next up, folks, I wanted to throw out another poll at us. We've got a lot of folks here in this meeting. We've got over 200 attendees, and I wanted everyone to get an understanding of just the level of experience of Toastmasters that we all are collectively meeting with today. So if I could have our Zoom master launch the second poll. And while we're waiting for those poll results to come in, I also wanted to just recap one other aspect of the panel discussion with our past international presidents of Toastmasters International. And that challenge that both Pat and Lark threw out to us, that we need to challenge ourselves to grow every moment. And I I think, and I don't want to misquote what Lark said there, but it's not just about understanding your why from when you originally joined Toastmasters, but to ask yourself that why now in order to continue ensuring that you challenge yourself to grow every moment by staying uncomfortable, right? By stretching ourselves to do more is what really does make us more effective leaders, because it is ultimately, it's that stretching that also will inspire others to lead. Zoom Master, do we have the results from the Toastmasters experience poll? If we can just pop them up on the screen. Wow, look at that. So if, I know we've got some people here, I 30 with some 30-year tenure, but more than 5 years, almost 60% of the attendees here today have been in Toastmasters for 5 years, which is an inspiration of people who are continuing to understand that learning journey that Toastmasters provides can be a long-term one, in the sense that it will continue to help us stretch our leadership ability from a continuous learning standpoint. All right, next up, we have a keynote speech. Our keynote speaker today has over 30 years of successful business leadership experience in Indian and multinational companies. He's the CEO and co-founder of Helixon Healthcare Solutions, a healthcare startup based in India. He's also a member of the steering committee for the Indian Ministry of Science and Technology. And he also recently co-founded a company called Jokes Apart that helps top leaders bring in creativity in their communication. He's someone who's passionate about mentoring. In addition to his multifaceted career, he also mentors entrepreneurs and career aspirants to help them find their strengths and achieve phenomenal success. As a Toastmaster, he's competed in over 125 contests across international speech, humorous speech, table topics, and evaluation contests. He's represented at the district level more than 20 times, and he's been the district champion for ISC and evaluation contests. He's also rendered more than 150 educational sessions on various communications and leadership topics. And today, I'm very pleased to introduce Sridhar Ranganathan with his speech, Seriously Speaking. Sridhar, stage is yours, sir. Make sure that we unmute Sridhar, please.
Thank you so much. I would also request screen sharing option for the other device that I have, Anas.
It is done. You are, go ahead. I think you have it now.
No, I am on 2 devices. That's why I just put on the private message as well. So one I'm using for my audio, the other one I'm using for my presentation. So I had, maybe you just need to give me screen sharing option.
Can you see it? It's there.
Thank you. So certainly it's a great pleasure for me to be present here in probably what I see is one of the best interactions I see. And it's definitely an evening well spent for people of this part of the world. And to have something happening on a Sunday morning with all of you, it's something phenomenal. I really appreciate the time taken to be here. So it is conventional for people to start a presentation with a welcome, but I thought it will be good for me to start it with a thank you. Of course, when I did this once in my office, 2 of them stood up thinking that the presentation got over, and then I had to clarify to them, no, it's not so. I really feel thankful for Bram for having me here and for the efforts that's taken to amplify your impact in this Global Leadership Summit. I also feel happy and proud to be a part of the meeting where we had the legends who spoke and they shared their experiences and so many interesting and useful thoughts. It really gave very many new definitions about Toastmasters, and including some good inputs from people like Pat. So I'm sure, this is a new thought. For example, if you're comfortable in your club, go and start practicing or presenting yourself in new clubs. That's something which is really nice. So it's really a great opportunity for me to be part of the meeting where we had these legends. And of course, last but not the least, all the participants who are there in the meeting today, in large numbers, who really are so actively participating and engaging. And I also have to thank one person in the screen, specifically the one who's on the top right of my screen, DTM Meena John. I'm so happy to have her here because she was my first mentor when I joined the fraternity 15 years ago. She has been a great inspiration, not just for me, but for many Toastmasters in this part of the world. And I should say today, if she sees me as a speaker, she will be able to see the metamorphosis that I have undergone over the last 15 years or so, because people who see me today would not believe what I was 15 years back. And people who saw me at that time would not believe that I'll turn out to be what I am today. Maybe somebody like DTM Meena John would have seen both sides of me, and I owe a lot to her for giving that initial impetus in making me what I am. And I still remember one episode or one incident where when I was participating in the district contest in Colombo, she actually sat with me throughout the night and missing out even on our dinner. Well past midnight, we remembered that she had not had. And that's the kind of involvement that she had in mentoring me as a speaker. And that's something which is really fabulous. So I have to thank her and thank everyone else present here. If you look at leadership styles, I was thinking of what should I be speaking on leadership styles. So naturally, like everybody does, I was looking at if there is something that I can pick up from Google and expand and give some information about the leadership styles. But then I initially thought I should look for if there are any one or two types of leadership styles which are there. Then I did find two leaders, and then I became a little more curious and I looked for if there are three styles of leadership. It was there as three styles of leadership as well. Then there was 4 different types of leadership styles that was also there, and 5 types of leadership that was there too, and then 6 type of leadership that was there too. And then I became a little curious, like what you are, and a little restless as well. Then I started looking at, is there a possibility of having more number of leadership styles, and what should we be speaking about? So I saw 7 was there, 8 was there, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 types of leadership was there. I became even more curious and even more restless. Instead of going 14, 15, I thought I should look at if there are 20, 25 types of leadership. Even 25 was there. Then my restlessness reached the peak. Then I started looking at if there is anywhere we can look at 100 types of leadership qualities, and that was also there. And then if I was looking at 101 also was there, and then I stopped searching for any more, because even if somebody has to talk about 101 leadership skills, and if they have to learn all that, even just writing that down in their notebook, I'm sure they will have their complete tenure of leadership over. So that's when I thought I will speak about something which actually comes out of my career experience spanning over the last 30 years also. And this is how I have actually progressed in my career. And I also have to, at this point of time, which I will definitely touch upon towards the end of this presentation, I also have to say that almost half of this period of 30 years, I was a Toastmaster as well. And the best period of my career and the best period of my Toastmasters, if you really plot it, there'll be a great alignment and they will go hand in hand. The graph would actually simply align and match so very well, and thereby giving me a very clear indication that whatever I acquired as skills in Toastmasters, both in communication and leadership had significantly helped me to what I am doing today and what I have done over the last decade and a half, or over the last 30 years, and how the last second half of my 30 years of experience has really been extremely productive and successful for me. So I thought it will be important for me to share some of what I have learned as a leadership simple principles, and that not only could be useful for our organization, but also as a leader in Toastmasters also, we should probably be able to make use of it very well. Now, whenever I think of leadership, this particular one slogan or one hoarding that I remembered seeing in the Kathmandu airport some 25 to 30 years ago, when I first landed on the airport, I was exiting the airport. This hoarding, which is from an electronics company at that time, said that it is true that it is lonely at the top. It is true that it is lonely at the top when it comes to a leadership. But it completed the second half by saying, but the view from the top is breathtaking. I think this particular impact, if you're going to talk about amplifying the impact that it makes, because the view that we have from the top, which is breathtaking, I think that is what makes every effort and everything that we undergo in the leadership makes it worthwhile. And that's why we say, even if it is lonely at the top and nobody will be able to understand what is behind the eyeball of the individual, it is still worthwhile for us to endure all that so that we can actually have the view to be phenomenally different. So when it comes to seriously speaking, I thought there are 3 seriously important conditions. I know when I'm going to talk about this, when you go through the journey of these 3 conditions that I'm speaking, you may feel that sometimes the leadership is quite intimidating in nature, but I feel it is important that we understand this the way it is, and thereby we will be able to make the journey far more comfortable and easier. And the 4 stakeholders that I'm talking about, going to talk about this organization, team, and customers. When I'm talking about those conditions that actually will apply, the organization, the team, customers, and I'll talk about the 4th stakeholder also a little later. So when it comes to organization, the first condition that I talk about is I'm seriously smaller. So I'm sure you'll feel that it's so intimidating for you to see that why should I be called as smaller? So, but if you really look at it, I believe strongly that I'm seriously smaller than the organization. How much ever growth I have in the organization, whether it is an organization of our commercial success, or if it is in an organization like Toastmasters, we would always be smaller than the organization. And that is something which I realized it over the last many years of my leadership experience. And one thing what we understand is, while we have our own ideas, we have our own thoughts, we have our own processes, we keep challenging all the time. But one thing we need to understand is no organization ever plans for a failure. If there is some objective that is given to us, it really means that the organization found that to be really possible that it can do, and that is why it actually has done. The organization always will be happy to see its people as performers than as failures. So it is not my thinking which is actually making a difference, but the organization collectively, whatever they have brought, like for example, if the board has given something from the Toastmasters International, they want the people to perform and they incorporate every aspect of what is possible and then they bring it. And there is some clear direction in setting those goals. And only because they are able to look at those directions and goals, they're able to give what they are actually giving. In fact, they have more confidence in me as a leader than what I have on myself. And that is why, whether it is a district director or it is an area director also, what is given to me will actually be very, very interesting for me to implement and become successful rather than not understanding it. So a collective success of many achievers like me, what will make the organization a success? And that's something which is very important for us to understand. So end of the day, the badge that I carry on my shoulders make me the powerful person I am, rather than the other way. So, I mean, if you had looked at my career graph, I had worked for one multinational company for almost 21 years, irrespective of the fact that I was phenomenally successful in that organization. Even today, what I gained out of that organization is far, infinitely more profound and valuable than what I think I have contributed to the organization. And that's very important. And it is because the badge that I carried on my shoulders made me the powerful person I was at that time. And I continue to feel the same. Even in Toastmasters, irrespective of all the accomplishments that I have, it is the badge of Toastmasters that I carry. And whenever I go and wherever I go, it really adds tremendous value and makes me the powerful person I am. And that is something which is very important. And if that was the first condition, the second condition I feel is the extra. And whenever I present this, especially to newcoming managers in my organization, they would not accept. And I ask them to raise hands saying that, how many of you believe that you are extra? People don't actually accept. And when I tell them that you are seriously extra in your team, they will feel intimidated. Why should somebody hire me and call me an extra? But then I make one clarification to them saying that it is the difference between ordinary and extraordinary is always that extra. And I go on to say that an extraordinary team plus an ordinary leader will actually bring only ordinary results. Whereas an ordinary team, which actually has an extraordinary leader, can bring extraordinary results. So I strongly believe that I am the extra. How much ever you do, if you're able to complement the team, if you're able to not substitute and supplement the team and making them do very well, it can really make a phenomenally good team as such. And this is something which I thought I should share, which Conferry as an organization did as an assessment of my personality traits when I was became the country manager of the organization, and it compared the country manager, top 1,000 country managers of the country, along with my traits on 4 different aspects of leadership. So if you look at it, I'm not sure how good visible, how well visible it is, but the purple line is my graph, and the blue line is the line of the best in class, which is the 1,000 country managers of the country. I had a serious learning. I mean, I really had something interesting to learn out of this. And it came actually as a shock in the initial stages. And thereafter, I understood how relevant it is. If you look at the first point, which is talking about task focused, it said that when I move from the sales and marketing director role and I have to become the country manager, I need to go below a bit to match with the top 1,000 country managers on the task focused area. I was shocked, saying that how can a managing director or a country manager be less task focused than what I am currently if I'm going to lead the organization? But then I realized that's the most important thing. And the second point, which talks about the social, it said that you have to be a little more social if you have to match your traits along with the top 1,000 country managers of the country. And then the third point is intellectual. Again, this was a little intimidating. It said that if you have to be a very successful country manager, all the top 1,000 country managers in this country actually have a 1 point lesser than in the intellectual trait than what you are. And I was wondering, how is this possible for us to be less intellectual, what we are? Then I realized the fourth point, which is there, you need to be more participative than what you are currently. And then it actually has a very good connection between all the 4. When I became the managing director and when my team was coming and talking to me, I always realized that if I'm trying to position myself as more intellectual, or when I try to bring out the points that I know, normally because of the hierarchical conditions or hierarchical environment that we have, especially in this part of the world, there is a tendency for them not to open up and express themselves the way they would like to express. So that's when I realized it is becoming very important for us to actually follow these traits and become a better leader, and thereby being a supplement. So you don't need to actually possess all what is required for you to be successful. If you can have a team of people who can bring in those elements of success in, and if you are able to lead them very well, then you will be able to phenomenally be successful. That's something which I had learned. And the third important condition that I had is I'm seriously nothing. And without customers, I'm seriously nothing. And this is another important point which I understood. And when it comes to Toastmasters, we can say that without members, I'm seriously nothing. Because whatever we are, our success comes, and whatever we are as an ex-com in the club or in the area or in the division or the district or even beyond, I think it is the members' success which really make a huge difference. And I think some of the points which were discussed earlier are very, very profound, I felt, because it is not that the Toastmasters International expects everybody to become a world champion of public speaking. I think it actually has an objective of making as many people overcome the fear of public speaking. And that is something which is interesting. And it can actually provide as many people understand what is leadership. And that makes all the difference. And that is why this fraternity, for almost 100 years, while we know that there is one founder called Ralph Smedley, the rest of the thing actually has been very dynamic team, various people who have come and gone, but still has been one of the most successful organizations in the world. And that is how it is. So without members, I'm seriously nothing. And when you look at the members or the customers, if you really look at every customer or member comes with the greatest desire to gain. And that is how I came to Toastmasters as well. It's not that when I came into Toastmasters, I knew something about World Championship of Public Speaking, though I kept on pursuing it thereafter after I came. But somewhere I wanted to overcome the fear of public speaking. I came with the greatest desire to gain. And my desire was actually satiated or fulfilled by the ExCom members and by the leaders in the district and various other people. And thereby I was able to gain a lot out of it. And every customer or member needs a kindergarten care. I think that is something which is very, very important. They need to be nurtured. They need to be nursed as well as possible. And especially in the initial stages, even before you actually either start business or you give them a topic or assignment to speak, get into their modules and all that, if there can be creating a sense of belonging, and that can really make a huge difference. And how can that belonging happen? Try and sit with them, understand from them what is that they will be comfortable with. Each of these people come with different strengths, and not all of them have the same type of strengths that people will carry. And how can you actually make them feel relevant in the club, relevant in the fraternity, and thereby they will actually have a sense of belonging before even getting into providing them with any assignment or so. And showing what is in it for them is very, very important. I always feel that in an organization, unless the member or the employee is happy first, he's not going to be proud of achievements. So for example, if I'm going to talk about my organization, I say that I have achieved 120% and we have grown by 25%. We actually have committed this to the stock market and delivered. The immediate thought that goes to that person is, what have I achieved? And if he's not happy, he's not going to have that pride of representing that organization. So how can we show what is in it for them is extremely important, I feel. And retaining a customer and membership is a leadership responsibility. Again, I think there are definitely serious challenges in Toastmasters, especially in the immediate past when we had the pandemic happening. Because of various reasons, we actually had a lot of members leaving. And this happens in every club also, members leave. But if you look at the first point here, when they come with the greatest desire to gain, why is that in 6 months period, they actually don't find the value and they leave? Probably if you're able to sit with them, if you're able to understand, I mean, then it is easy for us to retain and understand as to what are they finding it very different from what it was when they found it at the beginning. And that can make a huge difference. And many a times retaining a customer or a member is just a discussion away. And I've seen that in the organization, and I've seen that with membership in Toastmasters as well. Because, and especially when we do it proactively, once the member decides to leave or once the employee decides to leave, after that, if we are doing it, is not actually going to make a huge impact. Whereas if it is done proactively, once in a way, regularly, if you are able to do, then it actually makes a huge difference. And thereby you'll be able to retain the customer or the member significantly. So what are the serious conditions that I spoke about? Is I'm seriously smaller than the organization. I'm seriously extra in my team. And without customers, I'm seriously nothing. And if you really look up to the Toastmasters, what they talk about, the servant leadership, I think this is what they speak about, whether it is an organization or the team that you work with as an XCOM committee, XCOM, or with the customers or the members that we're talking about. If we are able to position them ahead of us, position the organization ahead, position the team, and position the members ahead of us, I think it will lead us to a phenomenally successful journey. So if you really look at mapping my career, all these three things have really helped me a lot. And the fourth stakeholder that I had mentioned, that I'll be talking about, and while I mentioned that everyone else is important for us, myself, I don't think that anyways I'm inferior to anyone. So it is important that we take that time out, we take the responsibility to focus on ourselves, to grow, to understand our strengths and see how we can take it to a different level. And if I have to give an example of my Toastmasters journey, and I keep giving this, before I go there, I keep giving this example to people. Suppose if I give a printout of this picture, which has a monument, which actually has three good-looking people, how many of you will take the printout home? The chances are nobody will take it. Why is that? When there is a monument, when the good-looking people, you don't take it? Because it doesn't have you in the picture. On the contrary, I remember going to the same monument called Taj Mahal in India. I'm sure many of you know this is one of the 7 wonders of the world. We were almost 400 of us standing there in front of Taj Mahal, and almost from a kilometer away, this picture was taken. And the moment that picture was given, the first thing that I looked for is, how am I actually looking? Do I look like an insect in that picture? The very fact that I was present in that picture made the picture more valuable than any other picture, which could probably have a monument and many other aspects in that picture as well. And that is very important. So to have that high self-esteem for yourself is very, very important, irrespective of the fact that the other three stakeholders are extremely important. So if you look at my journey, as I told you that I actually had a huge opportunity to participate in contests in international speech contest, in a humorous contest, in table topics contest, and evaluation contest and all that. And one question which people ask me, especially when you're at the leadership level, people ask me saying that, how do you actually take time for you to be part of this? So I really felt at some point of time, if you don't have one more core in your career, beyond the core of the business that you are into, it is not definitely going to help you. Or on the other hand, if you have one more core which you actually pursued actively, not being passive, whether it's Rotary, Toastmasters, and all that, if you're able to take it very seriously, it can really make a big difference. So I give this question to every employee whom I interact with, or every mentee of mine in Toastmasters. I ask them saying that if Toastmasters is very important, if communication is very important, how much time would you want to give, and how much value or what percentage of your life would you give to Toastmasters? Then somebody will say 20%, 30%, and all that. Then I go and tell them saying that if only you can contribute just 5%, if you take just 5%, if you give 5% importance to this assignment or activity, it means that you're talking about 1.2 hours per day, 8.4 hours per week, 1.5 days in a month, which is 36 hours, and 18 days, 432 hours per year. If you're able to just give this much, and if you're able to give only this 5% of time for what you're doing, it can really make a huge difference to what you're doing. And it doesn't make it, you don't need to actually give so much more additional time. But when you're doing it, do it actively. Because many people say that I'm a Rotarian, you become a member, you go to a Toastmaster, just become a member, and you've been a member for 15 years, it doesn't make any difference. Actively, every meeting, can you take up a role? Can you participate in contests? Can you actually take up an area director role to start with and then keep going up? Can you go to other clubs and give speeches so that you're actively there? And I'm telling you, if you're just doing that, I mean, if you look at my journey in Toastmasters, only this term I've taken as area director. Otherwise, in the last 15 years, I was only contesting. Every time there was a contest announced, I was going and contesting. Though it may look very selfish for me to go and actually make myself available for the contest, because of my presence in the contest, I started getting noticed. And Toastmasters, the fraternity, which actually has recognized people, though I had gone for my own selfish reasons, it actually recognized my people. Call me this as a persistent person who actually comes and presents himself in contest every time. Thereby, I became an inspiration for many to participate in contests. And today, I mentor a lot of people in participating in contests. So if you want to just give 5% of your time, that can make a huge difference to your life, and it can make a huge difference to many others around you as well. So with that, I started with a thank you. I would like to basically end with a welcome. And I want to welcome to this great thing called the leadership journey. And thereby, you will actually be able to amplify the impact in everything that you do, whether it is as a Toastmaster, or if it is a leader in Toastmasters, or it is an employee in an organization or a leader in your organization. You'll be able to amplify impact if you can really seriously take those conditions that I spoke about. I'm smaller, I am extra, I am nothing, and I focus on myself. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Sridhar, thank you very, very, very much. And I do love that quote that you had about it being lonely at the top, but the view is breathtaking. I think that definitely is something that's, kind of inspired me, when you do have those situations, because it's a real thing. And that when you escalate your career and you get to the top of the career, there are a number of people in your peer group who really understand the challenges that you're faced in that leadership capacity can get smaller and smaller and smaller, which is what it creates, that loneliness. But it absolutely is a breathtaking view from the top. The one thing that I'd add, though, is being a part of Toastmasters and being a part of a group of people in Toastmasters who are so focused on their own personal leadership development is yet another peer group to help deal with sometimes that loneliness that happens at the top in leadership. And I think that being a part of groups like this and attending sessions like this and hearing from someone like yourself really does a lot to counteract that loneliness at the top that can happen. Thank you very much for the inspirational speech. Really interesting take, by the way, on the three major stakeholders of a business and how important it is to also add ourselves to that mix, that we're a part of those major stakeholders as the things that we're trying to lead. And that was just a uniquely wonderful approach to it. And I really appreciated hearing from you on that.
Thank you.
All right. Now we get to hear a panel discussion from this year's winners of the World Championship of Public Speaking. To help make that happen, of course, we need to have a moderator. And who better than to have our theater teacher, school administrator, and international speaker. As a Toastmaster, he himself is a 3-time district champion, winning in District 25 and District 85 in both table topics and international speech contests. In August of 2020, he won District 25's Toastmaster of the Year. Also in 2020, he reached the semifinals of the World Championship of Public Speaking and was a finalist in 2022. Please welcome our moderator, Fersi Gotwako. Fersi.
Thank you very much, Brent. I appreciate that. Wow, what a meeting we have had so far. To those of you who just woke up, what a way to wake up. And to those of us on this side of the Pacific, ready to go to sleep, there's no way we're going to be able to go to sleep tonight. This is too exciting. And we've got great stuff coming up. So here we go. We have got 3 amazing speakers who are going to share their insights. How do they amplify their impact? We're hoping for some answers that maybe they haven't given to the general population, but they will to us. We're going to welcome Cyril Jr. Dim. Cyril, hello, hello. We're going to welcome Alexander Matt. Alexander, hello, hello. And we are going to welcome Mas Mahathir. Welcome, Mas. Hello, hello. Each of you, as we discussed before, is going to get 5 minutes to open up our portion of the meeting. And then I've got a couple of questions for you. And then we will move to some questions from our audience. And so, audience, please have your questions ready. Go ahead and type them into the chat. And we will see what our speakers have to say about that. We're going to go ahead and toss the ball over to Cyril first. Cyril, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead, Sarah. Tell us about amplification. Tell us about impact. Tell us about how we change the world we are in with our words.
Well, thank you very much, Fersi. It's good to see you. It's good to see everybody. It's good to see Alexander. It's good to see Mas, as always. So it's June the 30th when I got the email that I was invited for the semifinals. And pretty excited I was, actually. I remember I was on the bus going home, tons of groceries. I dropped all of them. I started yelling. The bus driver looked at me funny. It was a special day like that. But that day began what I consider 2 of the most difficult months in my entire life. And I highlight those 2 months because they taught me a key lesson in what it is to amplify your leadership. You see, I'd always dreamed of giving this speech in Nashville, being in the finals, but I wanted that moment to happen on the physical stage, lights in my face, the crowd going wild, the entire experience. I wanted this to be something I could live through, something I could go back in the deepest of my memories and just have intimately in my heart. Basically, I wanted to go to Nashville, but I would have to get one document locally that would allow me to get on the plane because I'm not a Polish citizen. And I would have to get the American visa because I hold a Zimbabwean passport and it's not waived. I realized immediately that that was 2 sets of bureaucrats that I'd have to go through, negotiate with, talk to, and all of that. And it wouldn't be easy. In fact, I was supposed to get this document from the immigration office in Poland sometime in September, way after the contest. And I got an appointment for the American visa, but it was on December the 21st, 2023. And here I was thinking, am I not going to go? Am I going to let this one slide? Am I going to have enough time to argue with these sets of bureaucrats and prepare for the contest and go there and put on a show? And I was faced with the question of how much I wanted this to happen. And like I said, I mentioned this because this became the gateway to a greater understanding of what it is to amplify your leadership. It was one of my favorite speakers who said that successful people find what they are good at and commit. Now, I was sure I wasn't too bad at public speaking, but did I love it enough to commit? Well, with some help and some advice from my mentors and friends, I realized to balance my time, I had to leave my job, which I did. I handed in my resignation so that I could use these 2 months to make sure that I could be there, to make sure that I could be in Nashville physically. It seemed really daring. In fact, few people might have called it a blind move, but I thought it was what was necessary if I wanted to make the greatest impact. If I wanted to be on that stage, I had to give everything I had in preparation leading up to that moment. Successful people find what they're good at and commit, right? Well, the second step was analyzing my motives. And this is something I'd like to share with you today. My mentor would always tell you that when we first met, I was driven by this burning desire to just be the best, to win, to have the trophies and all that. Well, in those 2 months when I was fighting 2 sets of bureaucrats, I was reminded of another one of my friends. His name is Nathan, but we call him Nathan. He's from Spain. And we're having a barbecue one time and somebody brings the guitar. And Nathan grabs the guitar, but he doesn't just grab the guitar. You can see the experience as he picks it up, as he strums a few strings. And we look at him and we ask him, look, man, why didn't you tell us? Why didn't you tell us you could play the guitar? Where have you played? How good are you? And he tells us this entire story, this amazing story of how achieved he is as a musician. And we ask him again, we've known you for years. Why haven't you told us? And he says, hopefully when I go one day, I don't want people to remember me for the things I won, the things I took. I want people to remember me for the things I gave. And that became the second building block, something that helped me to understand how you amplify leadership. The amplification of your leadership is not a function of how many things you win, how many times you compete, and how many times you come out on top. And I know this sounds pretentious given that I got this platform by winning a contest, but let me even it out and give you the final pillar of how I understood that leadership can be amplified. Well, no man is an island. It was Nelson Mandela who said that if you want to go far, you take a crew with you. I believe Nelson Mandela was quoting a Kenyan proverb. The idea being the best leaders have people to lead. They have help. They've got many people who are walking this journey with them, many people who believe in this journey and are willing to walk it with them. Friends, I talk to you today, very humbled to be the holder of the title, this year's title, the World Championship, but I've never been able to accept it as my own. I view this title as a group project. Because in those 2 months when I was fighting for a visa, not only did I have support writing the speeches that would take me to the top, I also had help sending in applications, writing appeals. Eventually, I would have never made it on that plane if I didn't have help. So if you want to amplify your leadership, find what you're good at and commit. That one thing that you do from the bottomest part of your heart may be the greatest impact you give in the field of leadership. If you want to amplify your leadership, analyze your motives. It's not about how many things you win, how many times you come out on top. It's about how many times you give. And last but not least, if you want to amplify your leadership, find help. No man is an island. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you, Cyril. Thank you. That's words of a champion. Amplify your impact through giving. Thank you. We appreciate that. Moving forward across my screen, I'm going to go to the man that I got to know backstage in the camera, Alexander. Alexander, you have 5 minutes, sir. Tell us about amplifying your impact.
Thank you, and it's a pleasure to be here and to see you again. Firstly, one day we will meet in 3 dimensions, I hope.
Absolutely.
Well, Cyril really wanted to go to Nashville, and I did also want to go to Nashville. But looking at the agenda, I saw that if I went to Nashville, I would miss a yearly family tradition. So I found a way to be able to participate online and have the maximum impact possible with the audience. Now, the first time that I really had the experience of this hybrid setting, it was in 2020, in March, when everything closed down. I was getting ready for a Canadian tour of schools in at least 3 provinces in person, in the normal world. So when everything shut down, our partners, our funders, and the schools asked, okay, well, can you do it online? And my first response was, no, it's impossible. Impossible. The children will not understand. We will not have any connection. No, never mind. We'll just wait this out. So we waited longer than expected. And meanwhile, our Toastmasters clubs all went online. And I found out that, well, maybe if adults can meet online and share and interact, maybe children can also. And I saw with my own kids that they were able to follow the classes. They were right there in the basement, just following the classes and the teacher, and they were able to do it online. So with my partners, we changed our presentation, and we focused to change it online. And it worked. We were able to teach hundreds of children the power of storytelling, and we created original stories for each of the schools that we visited, all of it online. So this year, participating online with Nashville, I thought, well, this is something that could happen. It's not something that I did alone. I can echo Cyril's sentiments. It takes a team, or you take a crew with you. My 2 Toastmasters clubs members were with me all the way. My district was behind me as well. And I went to dozens of Toastmasters clubs around the world to practice, to rehearse how to be more effective online. And those rehearsals really helped, because I think I did have an impact when I was at the World Championship. There are some people who told me, oh, I thought you didn't see us. I thought you could see us. You looked like you were really interacting with us. It really looked like you were with us in the room. Oh, all right. And I think that this medium has, well, we noticed the advantages. Whereas Cyril and Mas had the advantage of seeing face to face the people right in front of them, I had the advantage of having people watch me directly with an eye contact, at least a simulated eye contact, directly to hundreds of people, thousands of people online, instantly. If you're on a big stage, you try to have eye contact with everyone in the room to amplify your impact. Well, I was able to do it with everybody at the same time. Well, whether you're on a big stage or you're on video like this, for me, I think having a bigger impact, if you want to reach more people, well, reaching hundreds or thousands of people is the same thing as reaching just one person. You just do it thousands of times at the same time. If you've got a message that you want to deliver, if you have something to give to your audience, just consider this. Reaching many, many people is the same thing as reaching one person. Mm. And if you deliver your message in such a way that it can impact one person, it will impact everyone. Thanks, Percy.
Fantastic. It's beautiful, Alexander. Beautiful. Reaching one person 1,000 times. I can tell you, some folks in our audience right now, they're trying to reach through and get some of that no-bake cake that you had there. Just saying. Just saying. You in person, you'd have to give a whole lot more, baked goods. We're looking forward to that meeting too.
Sure. Well,
Moving forward.
we'll get back to that.
Absolutely. Hey, reaching out to my buddy on this side of the Pacific, Moss. Moss, tell us about amplifying your impact. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Percy. Can I do a test? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Now, I'd like to take you back to when I was 10 years old. This was one of those moments when my parents brought me to do a table topics. And I had to do it in my family club in front of about 20 people, not by choice. So to those of you who are listening right now, I'm sure some of you have been volunteered to do table topics before. And I totally feel you, because that is one moment that can be very scary for all of us. On that stage, when I was 10, I could not speak. Kind of stuttered, said a few words, can't remember what it was. But at that moment, it was also the moment that I was impacted. Because at the end of my silence, not speech, the crowd cheered. And there was one simple man that came up to me at the end of my speech, and he said this, Mahathir, don't worry. Speak what's on your mind, because everyone in this room is here to support and encourage you. Those words gave me encouragement. Those words gave me courage, because those words send ripples to not only just my heart, but my mind and my soul. And I remember it till today. So to me, impact is what is left in your heart, your mind, and your soul. Impact changes us. It reframes us. It could be from a simple word, just like the simple word from the simple man, or it could be a moment in your life that you remember till today. Why do you remember it? That's because it has impacted you in such a way. So I'm sure right now, if I were to ask you, what were the moments in your life that impacted you? I'm pretty sure there's something that immediately comes up to your mind. Well, my friends, you and I, we have this power to impact others. But the question is, how do we impact others? How do we amplify our impact? And that's very simple. Let me go through this with another story, and probably you'll be able to find the answer to that. Back in 2017, that's just about 5 years ago, I competed for the very first time in the International Speech Contest. And yep, as you guessed it, back in 2017, I flunked it so badly. And I remember at the end of my speech, a senior man walked up to me and he said this, Mahathir, I hope you're not going to use that speech, because that speech is kind of bad. At that moment, how do you think I felt, right? I felt like, okay, thanks for that feedback, but you could have said a nicer way. But you know what, fine. He was being honest. But then there was another guy. This guy, he looked a bit like Percy. He had a smile like Percy. And he came up to me and he said this, Mahathir, I could see that you put in a lot of effort in your speech. And yes, there are some areas that we can work on, for example, your staging, for example, your content, but we could definitely make it better. Do you see a difference between these two people? On the same day, I received these two feedback, two different. And this guy, this was the guy that left an impact on me in a positive way. And the first thing that came to my mind when that happened was I asked him to be my mentor. And sure enough, he said yes. And since 2018, he decided to work closely with me in my speeches. And 5 years later, where we are today in 2022, whatever he has done, he gave without expectation. He gave without wanting anything back in return. 5 years later, everything came into fruition. Because I got to where I am today because of him. Because he was a believer of being a giver. That was the most important. So my friends, the power to impact others is so simple. It is to believe that you can give others, give without expectations. Mr. Simple Man gave his encouragement, his words of wisdom that built courage where I am today. My mentor was a believer of giver because he gave me his support and encouragement. And look where I am today. Just like what Cyril and Alexander said, we are working on this, not from this journey of where we walk alone, but from what other people has helped us in this journey as well. So if we want to amplify our impact, it is simple. Are you believing that you are a giver? Are you giving without expectations? And when you do that, I'm pretty sure that you will leave something in someone's heart, mind, and soul. So be a believer of a giver. And I'm sure you will impact others in ways that you and they would not imagine. Back to you.
Thank you, Moss. You know, Moss, you and I, we've had a chance to share a couple of moments together, you know, over the last few months, and it never ceases to amaze me, the giving that you have from a life in Toastmasters, you know, having had your parents in it. It's amazing. Just, wow, in your DNA, my friend. Fellas, when we spoke before, oh, and by the way, keep the questions coming. Send them over into the group chat to everyone or send them to Mariana. She's going to go ahead and check those, and we're going to get to those in just a moment. But I'm going to talk to these three gentlemen about impact and the side of amplifying our impact that a lot of folks don't really think about in Toastmasters. Ripples. Sometimes the ripples that we set in motion become waves and wake. And sometimes we want to be in a no wake zone. But here we are with the opportunity. Here we are with the opportunity to say some words. How do we work with that, Cyril? How do we work with that? How do you work with the line that you had about those who grew up in the snow and those who grew up in the sand? Would you talk to us a little bit about that? You're muted, sir. Oh, Zoom master.
There we go.
There we go.
All right. Thank you very much for that question. Now, I realize that many people think of their presentations as groups of ideas. I'm going to go from this idea onto this idea onto this idea. And that's solid. That could work fine. But I feel that many people are losing the full potential of their words when they do that. If you could atomize those ideas and think of them at a more granular level, you could bring out more value. Now, you think of the sentence, I love you, for example. Think of how you can change the meaning by saying, I love you, or saying, I love you, or saying, I love you. You thought of it at the word level. You've made 3 different sentences with 3 different meanings by thinking of each of your statements at the more atomic level. So typically when I'm in the process of writing, of course, there is the phase at the very beginning where we're thinking about all the ideas, the progression of the story, the narrative, and we put it all together so it fits. But the refinement process often involves thinking of those words that add to the musicality of it all, that make it all sweeter, that make it easier to receive. Because that same sentence, had I said, for example, I was in Europe, there were white people and I was black. It's the same sentence, but now it's kind of abrasive the way I said it. So by thinking of parts of your speech at a very atomic level, you can make them easier to receive for the audience.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you, Cyril. We're going to cut across the screen just to change up our rhythm. I'm going to throw the ball back over to Moss before I come to you, Alexander. Moss, one of the things you said was it had to be something relatable to cause a ripple. It had to be something relatable. Can you speak to that for us?
Definitely. Because if something is relatable, then it is something that people can feel connected to. So as I mentioned before, there are moments in your life where it's so personal and so unique to you. Let's say, for example, in Chinese, we touch wood because we don't like to talk about something bad. But let's just say we get into an accident, touch wood, it's not going to happen. And when you share this moment of accidents to people, they are not likely to remember the story of the accident. They're not going to come to you and say that, hey, I remember your story. It's about the accident, right? They're not going to remember that. But are there learning lessons that are relatable to people in that moment that people can feel connected to? And that is going to send ripples to people's heart, mind, and soul. For example, in Matthew Dick's book, Storyworthy, he mentioned that there was one part where he talks about his accident story. People could not relate to that. But the moment he said that when he was in a hospital and he realized that not his family was not there, but his friends came instead, he suddenly realized that the value of his friendship weighed so much more. And people start telling him, hey, I remember your story. It's about how your friends were there for you in the time of need. They didn't remember the accidents. They remembered that particular moment. So the more relatable the message is, the more ripples that you're going to touch in someone else's life. So make it relatable.
Terrific. Terrific. Thank you. Relatable ripples. Very nice. Alexander, you're a man of strong belief. We've heard it in your voice. We've heard it in your explanation of why you stayed online. And that's so powerful. I know that's what so many people respect about you. Tell me about feather ruffling. When we have strong beliefs and we start to ruffle some of those feathers. Can you talk a little bit about that with us?
Yeah, and I can give an example from my semifinal speech. My semifinal speech is all about reaching out to people with whom you disagree.
Mm.
So I tested out different ways of opening my speech. I open directly with, "You're wrong, you're just wrong." And then I give examples of disagreements. And one of those disagreements is pro-choice, pro-life. When I started my speech with this disagreement, a lot of people on both sides tended to tune out. So I changed the opening to have a little lighter subjects. But I reintroduced the hard subjects at the end, pro-choice, pro-life, and others that are, well, depending on your opinions, they are either more or less controversial. But by that time, I hope that I had already, had the rapport, the connection with the audience, and the trust of the audience, that I was able to introduce something more divisive at the end, after giving my message of reaching out to people. So it joins a little bit of what Cyril said, just changing some words here and there in your speech so that it is better received. So I was not scared or shy of ruffling feathers, but I think there's a good timing to ruffle them. And if you do it right away, then your impact might not be as amplified as if you do it after you have a certain connection with whoever you're speaking with. It's all done in respect, and sometimes you ruffle just a little bit before you give your your true opinions.
Very nice. Very nice. A subtle way to ruffle the feathers. I appreciate that sense of timing that you brought to the discussion. I think most people overlook that. Well done, sir. Thank you for sharing that. We're going to go to some questions from our audience. Mariana Burka, what have we got?
Yes, and I would like to ask if you, Zoom Master, could find Zoe again, because she has some excellent questions and she might to convey them by herself.
All right.
Welcome,
Zoe
back.
Xie.
Please unmute yourself.
From right here in Hangzhou. Zoe,
Yes, thanks, Percy. I have 3 questions to 3 champions. I don't know if allow or just one first.
Can we
You can
go
have
with one?
My first question is to Cyril. So you have mentioned that commitment is essential to success, but I'm more curious to ask you, how can we be sure about this? It's worthwhile to make the commitment. Thanks.
Thank you,
Okay.
Zoe.
That's a very valuable question, Zoe, and thank you for asking that. I believe, first of all, that if what we're doing helps people in any way, then it's worthwhile. So if you're contemplating something, whether or not it's worthwhile, if its net result is helping people, then I believe it is worthwhile. But the question of how to know if it's what I should commit to, for example, you might believe that taking care of the environment is important. Maybe you agree to that, but how do you know if you should commit to that or if you should rather commit to something else, if I understood your question right? I believe that's a function of how much it feels like work. At some point, you're just suffering through something, and perhaps then when the price of committing is your happiness and your joy, and probably it's a bit too expensive. If you could do something and the price is anything other than your happiness and your sense of fulfillment, then you know for sure that you could commit. If you could see yourself waking up doing this, perhaps not being a millionaire or a billionaire, but still being happy, still being fulfilled, and still being confident that your work is helping people, then for sure it's worthwhile to commit to it.
Fantastic. Thank you, Cyril. I appreciate that. Thank you, Zoe. Fantastic question. Mariana Burka, question number 2.
It's also from Zoe, and I think it's for all 3 contestants, that how do you connect with audience from different cultural background? And that's an important, I'm interested myself.
Who'd like to take that one first?
Yes, please.
Alexander?
Yeah, I'll go ahead because I was doing it online. I think I had the advantage of, or an advantage of, all my practices, all my rehearsals could be online in this sort of similar setting. So all of my rehearsals, I tried to find hybrid groups, so I could observe their reactions. Every time I rehearsed or delivered, I asked 2 questions. I asked, what do you get out of this speech? And secondly, is there anything that is a distraction for you, including a reference that you did not understand? And that was a way for me to understand if some words that I'm using are not working, or if a reference is not working. I had, I'm looking for the movie. No, I put it upstairs. I referenced the movie Fiddler on the Roof, and I was confident that in North America that would be no problem, but I noticed that in other countries, sometimes people have never heard of the movie. So I knew that I needed to add 1 or 2 sentences to explain what that movie is. So I worked hours just to find those 2 sentences, and I tried it out with different audiences. So I think just for me, just practicing and meeting people from different cultures is the way to go. I mean, you could study and read books about people all around the world, or you can go and meet them.
Nice, nice. Everybody's always looking for the perfect Tevye, aren't they? Very nice. Moss, the question to you now.
All right. So how do we connect or speak to different cultural backgrounds and all that? I think one of the important things that we do, especially when we are presenters, is we want to make sure that what we say is as universal as possible. So definitely testing and retesting is one of the most important things. For example, where I come from, we don't say, we call our secondary education as secondary school. And some parts of the world, they call it high school. So who you are speaking to, the audience that you are at, for example, if you're going to Nashville to present, try your best to make sure that what you're presenting is universally understood. So this is where testing and retesting comes into play. So for example, as what Cyril mentioned, you need to have a coach, you need to reach out for some help. So if you reach out to them and they have that kind of like a local understanding of what is and what is not, is good because they will tell you that this would work, this won't work. For example, when I did my semi-final speech, my initial prop was actually a prawn cracker. A prawn cracker is not universally known. It's probably famous in where Percy, Zoe, and I are at, right? It's only very famous there. And it's very famous in something called Chinese New Year. So not many people know that. When I brought this up to my coach, he's like, what on earth is a prawn cracker? And he had to Google it. He thought it was a biscuit and all that. So I knew it was a major red flag. So I had to change that from something to, from prawn crackers to popcorn. So that's where people start to immediately they understand. Because if I had to use prawn cracker, I had to do a lot of explanation, which takes up a lot of time. So find ways to test and retest, seek out help so that you know your message and your speech is universally accepted. Back to you.
Excellent. Prawn crackers. I'm with you all the way, buddy. I'm with you. How can 1.2 billion people be wrong? Gotta have prawn crackers. All right. If it's okay, I'm going to go ahead and skip forward to the next question just to give more folks an opportunity. Is that all right, Mariana? Can we do that?
I have a next question from Anya Ganger. If you can spotlight her, please. And Anya's question, all again for everyone, that how did the championship and the winning changed your life compared to before?
How did the winning change your life?
What are you doing now that you didn't do before?
Excellent.
Anything.
Excellent. Cyril, batter up.
All right. Well, I got a few people in my messages asking me what's the story with that bottle in the middle there. Now, there's a story there. There's a real story there. But that bottle has been there since I came back from Nashville. The original plan was if things work out well, we're going to come back. I'm going to get a few friends together and we're going to, you know, it's a bottle. We'll throw it at each other like good buddies. But I haven't gotten the chance to. It's been a really busy time, actually. From the moment the results were announced, I almost immediately had to start planning out my calendar. Of course, we knew that if it happened for any one of us, we would have to start planning how to give back. And we were really excited about that. But the sheer scale of it all is something to marvel at for sure. So since the World Championship, I've been giving workshops quite a few times. I've been trying to bring together all my stories and see which ones I can put in keynotes, which ones work best for trainings, which ones would work best as written works. So it's really planning out the output that I'm going to be giving over the over the next couple of months. And of course, all this has been done towards building a professional career. So everything around branding, visibility and all that, it's been in the works. So it's been a really busy time since the World Championship.
Terrific. Excellent. Moving to Moss. Same question. What have you been doing?
Thank you so much.
What's different?
Well, what's different is similarly just with Cyril as well, but I'm getting like, you know, way less engagement than Cyril. He's going to be more flooded than mine. So there were districts who reach out, you know, to get, you know, to speak in their events, their Hall of Fames, their trainings, their workshops, etc. And I thought it was a great opportunity to give back, not so much because of the winnings and all that, but Toastmasters has helped me in many ways, in my confidence, the way I speak. And when you see people reaching out and saying that, hey, I need help with this, you know, you come to my club and do this, do this, do this, I thought that, hey, this is a great opportunity because I was once like that. And I was yearning for a workshop that was done by people like that. So I thought this was a great way to just give back. Of course, you can't say yes to everything because you won't have the time, but, you know, choose your things wisely and, you know, give something that has the maximum impact. For example, district events, division events, this way you can reach out to more people. But essentially, yes, the timing is packed, not as packed as Cyril, but it was also a great opportunity to be able to give back because I was once like that.
Nice theme, giving back. Alexander, your thoughts?
Well, yeah, I'm getting a lot of requests for visits as well, but I want to address how I have changed personally, as not as a result of winning, but as a result of getting there. I referenced my semifinal speech earlier about the importance of reaching out to people with whom you disagree. My message for me was very important. And at a certain point in my speech, I referenced something that happened where I disconnected with a friend 4 years ago and never spoke to her since. And I realized that, am I being a hypocrite? I'm asking people to reach out to people with whom you disagree, and yet I'm showing the opposite example. Just writing the speech and rewriting and rehearsing, I was thinking, I've got to follow my own advice before I give it to other people. So I reached out to that friend, and we have reconnected, and we had a great conversation, even though we were still disagreeing on some hot topics. So I've reconnected with a lost friend, and I try to do that with other people if I realize that I have ruffled feathers a little too much, or if I have rejected someone because of differing opinions. I try to reconnect again. So I've changed my own way of being, and I hope that my own personal experience while working on the speech, I was able to encourage others to do the same.
Beautiful.
Amazing. Thanks for all the answers.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. Great question, Zoe and Anya. Mariana, who's the next genius with a
Next
great
question is from Bram Mamon. Please, spotlight Bram.
From Mamon, here we go.
All right, so let me put myself on. There we go. Thank you very much. So my question is, once you reach number one, of course, Cyril, you can't compete anymore. You can't contest anymore. So for the other two, are you going to continue to contest, be in the contest and go on or try? And for all the three, how does it affect your leadership to the next level?
Double layered question. Who will be first? Any takers?
Well, my answer will be short. My objective for the past 10 or so years was to reach the final stage, to have that experience of sharing a message of importance to thousands of people. And I've reached my objective. So I'm out of competing for at least a few years. I have no intention of competing again for the next little while. I'm very happy with the result. And now what I want to do now is work on other speeches, but not for a contest, but to reach other audiences in a different way, in a different setting.
Fantastic. Fantastic. We can double back to the part about leadership, if you don't mind, a little later on. Cyril?
I think many people don't realize that what the World Championship contest is essentially 14 minutes of speaking. So it's a speech in the semifinals, it's 7 minutes, and it's 7 more minutes in the finals. And beyond that, there's still a lot of growing to do. There is still a lot of learning to do. I had the privilege to sit down with a few world champions. It was pretty exciting. It was like talking to the Avengers. And afterwards, I started going to their websites. I started seeing how they speak professionally. And I'm there sitting thinking, I just won the world champion, but I don't know if I can do that. That's good stuff. And so here I am realizing I have to pull out my notebook again and take more notes. So I think once this contest is done, many people might want to think of it as an end. It's really a beginning. You start anew and you continue growing. So the journey of learning hasn't stopped. And that question about leadership, I think, is an interesting one. For me, the past few years of coaching and mentorship have been a vigorous process of trying to teach me how to think, to abandon this style of competing where I want to dominate. I want to be the best. I want you to give me that trophy so you know how good I am. Something different to I want to empower them. I want them to hear this. I want them to feel this. So to think less of myself and more about them. And it's interesting that once you've undergone such mentorship, you can very easily see those traits that you previously had in the people that you're working with. And now I'm thinking, as a leader, how can I give them the value that was given to me? How can I convince them, as I was convinced, that the big picture is much larger than just winning? And so that's what I'm trying to learn and practice right now. And I think it's very important for everybody to approach these things this way, at least. So that would be my answer to that question.
Well done. Thank you, Cyril. Terrific insight. Moss?
Well, in terms of the contesting, one of my goals is to win the World Championship of Public Speaking, but not so much about myself. Because my parents have been in Toastmasters for over 40 years, and it was one of their dreams to have the first Malaysian to win the World Championship. And it kind of, influenced me till today. And I felt that it's something that I want to do, make my parents proud, and of course to make my country proud as well. So short answer, yes, I'll still be competing, but I won't be competing next year because I think great speeches takes time to be developed, and there's no point just bulldozing through and hoping that you'll get there. I think it takes time to rework and rewrite the speech, so it does take time. So yes, I will be competing and hopefully get there one day, be in Cyril's seat.
Wow, a whole lot of folks in your region just went, I got a chance. Alexander, I wanted to give you the option if you wanted to talk about leadership. Brahm's question about that, but you can decline.
Well, there's not much I can add. I mean, in our Toastmasters club's mission, leadership and communication go hand in hand. Writing a speech makes you, and working on it with people makes you a better communicator, but looking at the content, you become a better leader as well. And you can also become a better leader or more effective leader by helping others with their speeches. So hopefully I can help other people this year as well.
Fantastic. Thank you. Mariana, who's
Yes.
next?
Our next one is India Atul. And his question is, how does the fresh mind, if a speaker, versus the tired mind affect the message?
The fresh mind of a speaker versus the tired mind of the speaker. Atul, thank you for that question. I'm going to go ahead and toss this one over to Cyril.
That's a very interesting one. It's a very interesting one. I know the temptation is to conclude that to have a good message, you need to be fresh, awake, and so forth. I don't believe that's necessarily true. I had 3 other speeches that I was thinking of giving instead of Ndini. Ndini wasn't even on the list. Like I mentioned, we were in this fight to get the visa, get the residence permit so I could get on the plane. I was emotionally drained by the time we started writing Ndini. And I remember the argument that I had with my mentor, because I was saying, look at this. I have to run through immigration offices. I have to write to the embassies. My life is so difficult because I'm Zimbabwean. And we argued that day. We went back and forth. And afterwards, the call ends. I'm mentally fatigued and I pick up my passport. I look at it and I'm like, yeah, this is me. And that's where the idea came from. I think creativity just needs its environment to blossom. And I think a good habit is to tap into whatever emotion you have in the moment and see if you can attach it to a story and a lesson. So if you're sad, be sad. See if that sadness can teach something. If you're happy and you're celebrating, be happy and see if that happiness can teach something. If you're angry, if you're frustrated, be angry, be frustrated, and see if that anger or frustration can teach something. 2020, my semi-final speech, The Power of Silence, I was really angry when I wrote that speech. I had a few people bullying me because of how the contest went. They wanted somebody else to win. And it's a huge thread with a couple hundred comments, and I never commented back. I'm just looking at this explosion. And a couple of months down the line, one of my friends, he comes to me and he's like, that took a lot of self-control. You didn't say anything back. You just let those people tear you down. And in that moment, it clicked on like, the power of silence. And that's where that speech came from. So I think it's about inhabiting whatever emotional space you're in and seeing if what you feel can teach something, because that's what we're trying to do in speeches anyway. We're trying to make people laugh, to make them cry, to make them celebrate, to make them feel loss. Inhabit your emotional state and teach from it. That's what I think.
Nice, very nice. Cyril, if I may, I'm gonna attach something to that. Is that oftentimes people forget about the speaker as artist, and that you are capturing that moment and processing it, and then sending it back out into the world, you know, for others to gain from, as a beautiful example. And I appreciate that. Thank you for sharing that with us. I think that's a huge thing for people to be able to grab onto, that living in the moment. Mariana, what's
Yes.
our next moment we're going to live with?
Next question would be Phoebe Candon.
Phoebe.
There you are. And unmute yourself, please.
Thank you so much for the many insights that you have shared with us. I would like to ask a question on how you address accent, a common concern for many of us who are coming from countries who speak English as a second language. We're affected with the way we speak, our accent, pronunciation, and enunciation. So how did you manage that? Thank you.
Alexandre, may I throw this one your way? Would you be all right with that one?
Yes, of course. And I have a big French accent. Alors, I understand the question there, you know. You know, some people, I've heard many people say, oh, an accent is a disadvantage because people won't understand you so well. Everybody has an accent. If English is your first language, or it's your second language, or more than that, right, Cyril? If it's more than yours, if you're, what is it, your fourth language? So we all have different accents, and it's normal. So I was trying to figure out what can I do to use this accent and my culture, not as a detriment, but as a force, as an advantage. So that's why I've got some French words in my final speech. Le gâteau pas cuit, grand-maman, Christiane, Pierre. And I think it makes it more interesting. I recall a fellow second place winner from New Zealand, Kingi Biddle. He opens his speech with a Maori song. We had no idea what he was saying, but he explains it later, and that's part of what made the charm of his presentation. So let's look at our accents as a force, and let more people with varying cultures and accents come forward so that we can see the richness in the world.
Very nice. Bringing the international back into International Toastmasters, that multicultural aspect. Oh, great stuff. Great stuff. Next question, Mariana. We're at yellow. We got to keep it moving along.
Yes. So next question coming from Olivia Mamba. Please spotlight her.
Thank you, Phoebe. Olivia, what you got for us? We cannot hear you.
Unmute yourself, please. Thank you.
Oh, one more time.
Are you able to hear me? Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you're tuned in. My question is, in as much as we voluntarily take up on leadership roles, how then do we not only not only impact our audience with commitment, but also enhance the growth in our generation? I do note that Cyril, you're from Zimbabwe, so I wanted to find out, how have you managed to merge the difference from the culture you were raised in, and also you quitting your job and relating your leadership, obviously, to maybe entrepreneurship, where it helped you find some funds to have some support system on your team? So my question is, how have you managed to bridge in the gap between leadership and entrepreneurship, and also having all these wow champions look up to you?
Thank you,
That's
Olivia.
a really
Cyril?
important one. That's a really important one, I would say. I can answer that in a few stages. Well, the first and most important way, because you mentioned something about extending this influence to an entire generation. And I believe in my case, what greatly helped is that I had people who pointed me out, singled me out and said, hey, you can do this, when I was still in school. So this entire thing started when I was in school. I knew of Toastmasters when I was 13. Didn't really like them, but I knew them, you know? And in between, when I had left high school and I was applying for university, I went back to my old high school and I coached there for free. Of course, nobody was paying for that in Zimbabwe. But when I look back at those years, those few students with whom I was able to share some time, spend some time, they remember that time as very influential. Some of them went on to study law, some of them they're doing really well in life. But the important thing being, to impact a generation that way, many times you got to start early with them. You got to find them when they're still very impressionable and show them all the opportunities that could encounter if they learn how to communicate effectively. Now, if I bring that to today, where I've had to find entrepreneurial opportunities and to brand myself as a speaker and the such, of course, the network is the most valuable tool you could ever have. Like I said earlier on, I would have never even made it to Nashville if I didn't know a few people who knew a few people who could make things happen. So that greatly helped me. I believe Toastmasters International is a great place to build your network. And within that network is where you find referrals, which I think are priceless, really. They are how you find the doorstep, how you get into the room, and how you get offers to begin with. So answering your question in short, find students in school, for example, and show them what the potential is. They can do with the knowledge, whatever they want, but show them that the potential is there. And build your network to date, because that network is how you find referrals and how you create opportunities.
Terrific. Nice. Thank you, Olivia, for the question. Thank you, Cyril, for the answer. I know we're going to be hitting red here in just a moment. If I could jump in with a question to all three of you, because I know a lot of people always want to know about humor. Hard to do humor. Could I ask each of you something about humor in your speeches? And I'd like to start with Mas, if I may. Tell me about humor and making it relatable to cultures.
There we go. Thank you so much, host. All right. So when it comes to humor, I think this is a very interesting topic, because humor doesn't just come out just like that. Humor has to go through a few levels, right? We have to understand some fundamentals of humor. There's the derailing technique, the exaggeration technique, the wordplay, the callback, so many different types of humor. But one of the interesting things that I have discovered about humor is, don't force humor, uncover humor. This is one of my coaches who told me that. He said, Madhu, you can try your best to fit in some jokes here and there, but if you uncover humor in the normal, mundane thing, that's funny, because that's when people start relating to that humor. So think of the story that you have. I'm pretty sure if you look back at certain moments in your life, there are certain areas where you uncover the humor. When you read back to yourself, you just went like, okay, you giggle a little bit, then you try to find that, zoom on that, and amplify that. How can you make it more funny? Uncover it. Get a few people and get some ideas as well. That's when the humor starts to sparkle. Because sometimes our own mindset about humor may not be as funny as other people's mindset, so you want to run through some testing. But yeah, that's essentially it.
Terrific. Thank you, Mas. Monsieur Alexandre. Sorry, I keep messing that up. I'm so sorry. Humor and wordplay. Humor and wordplay.
Well, wordplay, if you ask my family, they will say that I do a lot of wordplay, but it's not humorous. They are my first audience where I can try humor and it really fails. But oftentimes my partner will say, you know, it would have been funnier if you said it this way. And then I laugh. Oh, you're right. So she's the one who can correct my wordplays and make them funnier and more pertinent. One thing about humor that I really enjoy, especially I think with the camera, is using your face. So in my final speech, I've got a serious moment where my aunt has left us. Everybody is scrambling. What are we going to do? Who's bringing the chairs? Who's preparing the games? And all I'm thinking is, who's bringing the cake? So I try to bring something serious and then something else serious, and then I go into the humor. Now, I hope that Cyril will give us his insight on the opposite, funny, serious. But humor is often comes from surprise, and the surprise can come from the words or from the facial expressions. So try to do both at the same time, and you've got a winner.
Fantastic. Okay, champ, over to you. Tell us about, and Alexandre mentioned it, laugh, cry, share.
Absolutely. I'd like to start and touch on how important what Alexandre did is, because when I think of humor, I think of it as the cure to some of the negative emotions your speech brings. If you look at some of the parts of my speech, for example, when I'm bullied for having a funny name, the actual story is rather grim. The actual story is rather dark. That was a really hard time in my life. But by making people laugh through a rather uncomfortable moment, you were telling them, I'm okay with it now. And you're giving them permission to not take this as seriously as they'd want to, given the gravity of it all. So that's why I love what Alexandre did there. Now, following up to that, I love using what is known as the laugh, cry technique. It was Mark Twain who said, if you want to tell people the truth, make them laugh or they'll kill you. And what I find is if we're laughing together, of course, as Mars said, we're not forcing it. We're just finding irony and a bit of humor in how events unfold. We're establishing, look, we're all friends here. We can let our shoulders down. And after that, when everybody's relaxed, then you can give them the actual meat of what you want them to take home with them. So I try to introduce all my speeches with as much humor as is necessary, as much humor as can be used to cover up some of the tragic parts of the introductions. And then later on, we can get really serious and we could talk about what I really want them to take home. So I've been known to use the laugh, cry technique quite a few times. Humor is a tool. It's the easiest way to make people emotionally invest, but there are ways to be convincing without it. I'd just like to put that out there before we close.
Brilliant. All three of you, thank you. Brilliant. A fantastic opportunity that all of us have had. Thank you, Bram, for assembling all three champions for the first time. A terrific evening. Thank you, fellas. We all do appreciate it.
Before you break,
Yes.
if each one of them can have a 30-second commercial of their other services they're offering or whatever they want to say, or contact information, put it in the chat and say something about it. Begin with Alexandre Matt because he requested that, and then Cyril and Matt. Sorry. Go ahead, Alexandre.
Oh, sure, thanks. So I can write this in the chat as well. I saw the chat going on, and I know there are a lot of questions that went unanswered. So I'll just write in my website so you can find the recipe if you haven't seen it yet. You can get directly in contact with me, and if you have any other questions. Et si tu parles français, viens visiter notre club Toastmasters Voix du Nord ou le club Toastmasters Mots du Midi. Et ça sera un plaisir de vous accueillir là. So it's been such a pleasure to be with you, and pleasure to see you again, Frizzy, in your box. And hopefully we can get out of these boxes soon and shake our hands. Such a pleasure to be with you guys, my fellow champions. It's always a pleasure to be with such a great crowd. I'll see you soon, I hope.
Thank you. Thank you. Moss.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. In 30 seconds, basically what I do in Malaysia is I'm just someone who likes to help someone build and find their confidence, whether it's in speaking, leading. It's something that I'm so passionate about. And when you're passionate about something, it kind of shows. So back in Malaysia, I help children, I help adults, I help corporate companies to find that confidence and their speaking abilities. So that is something that I do. And we have an organization called the Micfront Academy, which we run in Malaysia and also some parts of the other parts of the world where we do it online with them. So 30 seconds, there you go. And over to you.
Well done, sir. Well done. And Cyril.
All right. It's been an absolute joy spending time with all of you and answering your questions. And I'm really humbled, really, really humbled to have shared the stage, virtual or physical, with such a great team of champions. You can, of course, email me at dini@cyriljuniordim.com. Yes, I'm going to milk that. You can find me on LinkedIn at Cyril Junior Dim. You can find me on Facebook even under the same name, but I'm more active on Mail and potentially LinkedIn. You will find a website going up by the end of the week. It's cyriljuniordim.com. No Dini this time, but you will find it somewhere in the page. I am accepting invitations to speak at district events. My calendar for the next year or next season of district conferences is rather packed, but we could always find ways to support the districts in between. So please reach out to me. Let's get to talking and let's see if I can help the districts in any way. I am also giving keynote addresses and trainings in between. If you contact me at any of the addresses, we can of course get to talking and see if I can support you in any way. Thank you for having me.
That's fantastic. That is fantastic. Thanks for supporting the districts. We really do appreciate it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that ends this portion of our event, but there's more to come. And for that, I think I'm sending it over to Brent. Is that
you got
correct?
it, Fercy.
To you, sir.
Thank you. Gentlemen, fantastic session. Really great to hear from each and every one of you. Now, I do have a plea to our audience about barraging Cyril's email and calendar. He needs to put on his calendar a time to actually drink that bottle of Jack Daniels with his friends and finally celebrate his amazing win. So make sure that that actually gets on your calendar first. Let's prioritize some celebration for you, Cyril, but congratulations. One of the really common themes, and I think it's by the nature of the fact that this is such a globally diverse crowd of people that we have here in today's session, but a lot of the subjects and a lot of what our world champions of public speaking talked about was, to coin a term, but using our communication to bridge those cultural gaps, that our message needs to resonate cross-culturally and trying to find the right way to do that. And I think that that's a really important element. And the one thing that I saw is that common theme that really makes the difference between those individuals who ultimately become the best and most effective communicators who are able to bridge cultural gaps is that understanding that it is about giving, that an approach to our leadership to be an effective leader, especially one who's able to make those bridges across cultural gaps, is someone who's giving leadership with a purpose of giving. And I think that that resonated with all three of our world champions. And it was a real significant takeaway from listening to the responses to wide varieties of questions, but the fact that that theme of communicating with a purpose of giving was so fundamental and what allowed them to bridge that cultural gap across such a large, internationally diverse audience, especially in the format of an international speech competition. So congratulations once again to all three of our winners of the international speech competition. Thank you so much for making your time to come together and be able to speak to us as a group. And Fercy, you did a marvelous job moderating the session. I couldn't have imagined a better person to moderate. So thank you very, very much, gentlemen. All right. We're a little past midpoint in our day, but I want to make sure that we capture some of the feedback from our audience. If I could have one of our Zoom masters launch the third poll, which is an opportunity for you as an audience member to give the organizers of the meeting, your feedback about your greatest takeaways from the meeting so far, whether that was from our keynote speech, the panel discussion with our past international presidents, or the panel with our world champions of public speaking. But if we can launch that poll so that our audience members can give their feedback about their greatest takeaway from today's sessions. And I'm not seeing the opportunity. I have to pull. Oh, I see that it's been posted. So fantastic. Thank you very, very much. I do want to give folks here an opportunity because, again, we really do care about your feedback, and we do want an opportunity. You can see that some of the questions may not necessarily be relevant yet because we haven't heard from those speakers yet. But let's make sure that we get some of your audience, some of the feedback from our audience. Now, while we're doing that, I did want to tell Alexandra that it wasn't completely lost. I actually have a copy of Fiddler on the Roof, but the soundtrack to the album. So in all fairness, though, I'm Canadian as well. So maybe that's why I happen to actually be able to resonate with that with that one cultural reference that may not necessarily bridge across the divide. I'm going to give the audience just a moment to take that opportunity to provide feedback, and before I introduce our next speaker. That being said, I don't want us to go on silent. So please, if you're still giving consideration to your responses, by all means, continue to do so. Again, we really do want your feedback because that feedback will also contribute to how we can make future sessions like this even better by making sure that you know that we want to listen to you as the audience members on how we can make these sessions more impactful and help amplify that impact for you. Please continue finishing your responses. In the meantime, I would like to introduce our next speaker. Now, we've already heard from this individual before, but from a personal standpoint, Bram Mammone is somebody who, to me, does personify so many of the wonderful qualities about, maybe not in that list of 101 different personality types as we saw in Sredar's presentation. But Bram is someone who has been in Toastmasters for 25 years. He achieved his Distinguished Toastmasters status not once, but twice, and yet persistently is still working towards achieving it a third time. He continues to strive to bring unique messaging on concepts of communication and leadership, and challenges himself continually to find new ways to leverage the technology that's available to reach such a vast, wide audience. It's because of Bram and his persistent, consistent, and resilient desire to amplify not just his impact, but amplify the impact of all those aspiring leaders and successful leaders that he has an established network with, to continue driving each and every one of us to amplify our impact. Without any further ado, I'd like to now introduce Bram with his speech, The Leadership Gap. Bram Mammone, the stage is yours.
Thank you. How many of you here think that machines will replace human beings? We've heard of artificial intelligence, supercomputing, natural language processing, deep learning. Artificial intelligence is machine learning. Will machines become smarter every day and replace leaders and human beings? Will it replace our tasks, our jobs? Will it replace humanity? Well, that is the question that I want to address today. And as Toastmasters, it is going to be very, very relevant. Let me tell you why. Let's talk about machines and artificial intelligence and things that are happening out there in the world that is changing everything and how we do things. if you go on Amazon.com and you want to return a product or ask a question, there's no human being there. But if you type a question, an answer will come up which is totally relevant to the question that you're asking. I've had that experience. No human being involved in the least bit. And a lot of other technologies like that are being used. So are we replacing human beings? I go to a supermarket, there's no cashiers anymore. This is just a start. Here's the thing. Computers are learning how to do our work. That's right. Computers are learning how to do our work through machine learning, deep learning, neural networks, and supercomputing, as well as, of course, the natural language processing. What do I mean by natural language processing? Well, if I'm speaking right here, right now, somebody in China, like First over there, if he spoke Mandarin, he could be tuning into Mandarin and hear me instantaneously in Mandarin. That is natural language processing. It has not come into Zoom yet, but it will. This is available now. What is deep learning? Well, deep learning is weather changes, climate change patterns that are happening in the long term. If they want to make a new drug, right? For a person and for a company to be able to do it with scientists and doing calculations, or doing it with deep learning is very, very different and very much more quicker. So that is what we are faced with. Will machines compete with the logical capabilities of human beings? And as leaders, as what we are learning in Toastmasters to become better leaders, we have to be aware of all these things coming up. Because whatever we learn in Toastmasters, we're going to be learning out. We are going to use that outside of Toastmasters, as we've heard from Sridhar Ranganathan in his keynote. So here's the very important thing for us to learn and understand, that technology, the paradigm shifts in technology will create social and cultural confusion and disruption. When the pandemic hit us, 1 week we were going physical meetings, the next week we had to learn Zoom, we had to learn new technology, new ways of doing things. I remember in my club, I was a coach to a club where there were only 2 members when I started coaching in February of 2020. It took us an immense amount of time to reformulate all the processes into a Zoom process. And what does it mean in the Zoom world? Total disruption. And as you know, many clubs say, we'll stop meeting for a month or 2 months because we'll come back to the physical meetings. And of course, it didn't happen, right? And many countries are still locked down or are unable to meet in physical locations. Technology creates paradigm shifts and social and cultural confusion totally. And outside in the world as well, every job that can be digitized, virtualized, and automated will be completely and taken over. So everyone that's involved in just data processing, analyzing, and so on, accountants, lawyers, architects, even doctors and all that, will be replaced if they're just doing that part of the work. It'll be totally automated. Now, here's this guy here, Edward O. Wilson. Now, what did Edward O. Wilson say to us? A scientist, a PhD. It says the real problem in humanity is the following. We have Paleolithic emotions, medieval institutions, and godlike technology. It is terrifyingly dangerous and is now approaching a point of crisis overall. Edward Wilson. Note what he said. We have Paleolithic emotions. So our technology is far much more superior than our reactions. The everyday person, how we are reacting to things around us. When the pandemic hit, a lot of people reacted the other way and said, we can't meet, we don't know how to meet, and so on. But we heard today from Sridhar and Pat Johnson and Lark Dolly and all of our champions here. It was all about, guess what, underneath all that is about raising our emotional intelligence, about raising our emotional quotient. Now, For sure, automation can easily replace most routine jobs. It will. Data, information, logic, explicit knowledge will be replaced. So those human beings who are dealing with these things will easily be replaced by machines because they're far, far more superior to what you and I can do, much, much faster. And I will explain to you in a few minutes why. We all know this too, right? Gentlemen here, Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, right? And guess what? Elon Musk is a master at manufacturing and how to manufacture cars, automated completely. Well, not completely, because he found that when he went too fast with automation, of course, he had to sort of step a little bit back, but which means this automation is going to come in, right? And because of that automation and forward thinking, he succeeded so well. And Jeff Bezos, what about him? Well, this guy, he's a distribution system. Amazon.com, it's a distribution system. That's all it is. And why he's succeeded is the use of technology and leadership at the same time together. Both of these, leadership and technology. So I'm going to talk about leadership next, which is why we are really here. But before I do that, what are the solutions of leadership? What are we thinking about ourselves? If the pandemic hits, if there's uncertainty, if there's ambiguity, who are you going to be? Are you going to succeed as a Toastmaster? And everything that you've learned in Toastmaster, take it outside and be able to speak powerfully with conviction and confidence, to negotiate, to persuade, to inspire. Which means, who are you becoming every day as the leader? How is your growth happening? That is the crucial question that we have to answer. And it all boils down to, how are we educating ourselves? How are we developing ourselves as leaders? In my club, it's focused totally on leadership development, being better self-directed leaders. It's an advanced club and really push people hard to do that, to develop themselves constantly. And we've just started. We're just a 7-8-month-old club. And the sort of events that we are putting together. So leadership development is key, and where we're going to take ourselves and increasing our emotional intelligence and quotient and how we be with people. It will help recalibrate society and human cultures totally and completely. Key. To understand that technology cannot overtake us, we need to recalibrate our own learning on ourselves and how we're going to move forward as leaders, to be more human, to be more compassionate. We've heard this throughout this event today. Also, outside in the world is moving towards sustainability. Believe you me, we are putting a lot of carbon in the air, and our lifestyles are not conducive to an environment where we can live comfortably and healthy lives. There is a big push for sustainability. The next 10 years are crucial for humanity. And if they're crucial for humanity, it means it's crucial for your own leadership development. And begins from Toastmasters. You may think this is not connected. It is very, very much connected. Because the lifestyles we lead and the way we speak and the way we do things is totally different than if these things will happen. And they are going to happen, they're going to be enforced. If they're not going to be happen, is the planet and the biosphere comes first. Everything within the biosphere comes first, not our activity that suppresses the biosphere. The planet comes first, and then our interaction, the people interaction with the biosphere and with each other, and therefore how our own interactions will be with each other is going to be very, very important in the future. How we interact with each other as Toastmasters, how do we create high-performing collaborative teams, high-performing collaboration, and create unprecedented results and extraordinary outcomes. And therefore, it is going to be imperative that you learn to be able to speak with confidence and conviction. And therefore, what does that mean? It means that when you join Toastmasters, get a mentor. If you're already in Toastmasters, get a mentor. Pat Johnson said, as an international president, she has a mentor in her club. Now, as mentors and as people interaction, what do you need to do? You need to be able to plan, you need to be able to prepare, and then you need to practice, and then you present your speeches, right? And use your calendar wisely, so that when you said that you will be doing such a role, 2 weeks, 3 weeks from now, 2 months down the road, you'll be doing a speech, it's in your calendar. Yeah, you don't forget it. So all those things come into play, from Toastmasters, the basic skills to the bigger, huger, much bigger skills of leadership out in the world, like Sridhar is, using his skills in Toastmasters to help him rise up in the corporate world, but also thinking, whatever I'm learning in the corporate world, how am I using it in Toastmasters? And we heard the parallels right through his speech, in the keynote speech, right? And therefore, our own people interaction and with each other, and how we mentor each other and how we grow, is going to be very, very important in Toastmasters. And lastly, as I said, it's leadership. So prosperity out in the world, how are we going to create our prosperity, is going to be key, depending on our interaction with the biosphere and with each other as collaborative teams, as collaboration everywhere with all humanity. That's where prosperity should be, not wealth first, which is very value extractive, but when it's very value creation and value generative, then it is planet first, people interaction, and then prosperity. So it's a very different lifestyle, a very different way of thinking, a very different way of leadership. This is the most important thing that I can tell you. It's going to affect humanity in the next 10 years. This is the most crucial time for humanity. Because what we really need in the end, and you would agree, I'm sure, as Toastmasters, is that we need equity, dignity, and the recognition of the importance of diversity. Not only diversity among human beings, as you can see on your screen, we're all very diverse people, but diversity in the biosphere, diversity of all sentient beings, and diversity of everything that's there out there. And that is where we are heading to. And therefore, we have to pay attention as Toastmasters. What am I learning here now, currently? In my own small microcosm of the world, yeah, I can't think of these huge things, but these huge things affect how I will be. And what I'm learning now, and how I'm speaking, and how I'm learning, and if I can become a better speaker and a better leader, will I be able to serve this outside in the world? For some of you, you are already understanding and doing that. And for some of us, it's a small microcosm world, and we really need to move forward. Hence, we brought this positive movement together so that we can learn together to be better leaders, so that we can serve the needs of the outside world. Because whatever you need, you learn in Toastmasters has to transform and transfer outside. This guy over here, right? Albert Hubbard said this: one machine can do the work of 50 ordinary men, but no machine can do the work of one extraordinary man. Read that again. One machine can do the work of 50 ordinary men. No machine can do the work of one extraordinary man. What does extraordinary man mean? Well, this gentleman here died in 1915. So what he said, that this was over a century ago. He died in 1915 in a German U-boat attack, First World War, of course. So what does extraordinary man mean currently? Well, I contend it means leadership development, being a better leader, and keep growing as a leader. When you are growing and becoming a leader that is full of compassion and empathy and being able to connect with people, a machine will not be able to replace you. When you become invaluable in your work, indispensable at your work, a machine will never be able to replace you. the machine will only be able to replace some of the menial tasks for the next 20 years at least, until, of course, there's convergence between machines and man, which, well, is a totally different ball game, and I won't get into that. Your leadership development is very, very important. And here's another paradox, which I said I would address later on, as to why machines cannot compete with human beings and at what level they can't compete and what they can compete at. The Moravec paradox says this: whatever is easy for human beings is hard for machines, and vice versa. And you say, what do you mean? Whatever is easy for human beings is hard for machines? Well, let me tell you why. The reason being that skills that have evolved for millions of years into making who you are as a human being is very difficult for a computer, a machine learning to emulate and become that. For now, at least for the next 15, 20 years. And what are those? Your perception, your attention, the visualization, your motor skills, social skills, your intuition. Those are the skills a machine will have very hard time to emulate and take over. I know you're thinking about the Terminator, right? Now, so this is what we have to do, is the social skills, but also perception and intuition and all the other skills too. But I highlighted social skills here more is because we have to really move from survival to thriving skills. This is our leadership development. Leadership development is really an art. And when we make it an art and we become who we are, our expression of who we really are, because you are an art, you are not science. You're not a piece of IKEA furniture where you come with instructions and you're put together, right? So you are not science, you are really a piece of art. And as an art, you really have to learn what this means. Social skills doesn't really mean eye contact and shaking hands. It's beyond that. It's like, who are you going to be as a leader? And how are your clubs going to succeed? And how is your district and area going to succeed? And if that is succeeding, how can your organizations where you're working, how can they succeed? Or if you're an entrepreneur or a business person, how can you succeed? So that's where it all comes in. Now, what about skills that a machine can do very easily? What are those skills? Well, here are the recent skills that we've invented so that our social and cultural structure moves along and we come together. And those are the recent skills that we put together and created the socio-economic construct. It's all made up, but we created that construct under which we operate. And what has that been? It's been mathematics, engineering, games, logic, scientific reasoning, data analysis, data processing. All these are recent skills. And these skills is our outer skills that we go and learn in schools and so on. These are the skills that a machine will be able to do very quickly, because we use machines to create this anyways and to help us with this. So of course the machines are going to be able to do this much more quicker. But machine is not able to go and become life itself. It's not going to look at a sunset and say, what a beautiful sunset, how romantic. A machine, not yet, will not be able to do that. But give it a math question, a scientific engineering question, or how to create a drug very quickly through neural networks and deep learning, boom, right away. So you see where I'm getting this to, right? It's the inner skills versus the outer skills. And here's what Alvin Toffler said, and he passed away in 2016, I believe, a great futurist. And he says, we need to be able to learn new things, unlearn the stuff that isn't really working, and relearn the timeless principles. Alvin Toffler. And what he said exactly was this: the illiterate of the 21st century are those who will not be those who cannot read and write, because everyone now understands how to read and write, or most of us do. But the illiterate will be those who cannot learn, unlearn the old things, and relearn. Right? And in Toastmasters, we really need to sort of therefore understand that we need to work with uncertainty, with ambiguity, that when pandemic hits and we have to move online, that we are able to jump across and be able to learn new things and create new experiences for ourselves and for our constituents, for our guests and for our members, and for Toastmasters at large, and for people outside of Toastmasters. Learn, unlearn, and relearn. Learn new things in the online world, unlearn the old stuff, and relearn timeless principles that work anywhere, anytime. How are you going to connect with human beings? The good old Neanderthal here is telling this human being here. What did it say? I'm wondering when you'd notice there's more steps. There are so many more steps, and this has been the theme throughout today. Pat Johnson and Lark Dolly really said that succinctly. There's no stopping. The only day you stop learning is the day you die, right? That's what Pat Johnson said. So leadership development is going to continue, and you must continue developing yourself, expanding your comfort zone to the nth level and beyond. I've been a Toastmaster for 26 years and a coach for 29 years, and I work in large organizations, and I'm a chartered accountant by profession, and I'm a hydrometeorologist before that. And this is my third or fourth profession as a speaker and keynote speaker. But I keep developing myself, and I learn new things every day, and I keep pushing the envelope. And those around me get their envelope pushed hard. So the battle is inner skills or outer skills. And the emphasis has been, and if you go to Apple Computer for a job, or Elon Musk, and they have said this categorically, right? That we don't care about your university degree as much as who you are as a human being. Right? Our outer skills, we are working, these outer skills are like working with the godlike technology, right? How to use computers, how to use machines, and the skills of all the skills of maths and engineering and science. Those are our outer skills, the skills we learn when we go to school. But in school, they don't teach you leadership or who you are, or how to serve, how to be generous. They don't teach you that. And that's why people come to Toastmasters and they start to struggle in the first, but if they have a good mentor, they begin to learn all these inner skills that we do at Toastmasters. And therefore, we have to move away from this Paleolithic emotional intelligence to higher levels of emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is key in Toastmasters and everywhere else. So your character, your personality traits, and how you train and develop yourself as a leader is going to be vital and will rival the value of a degree. That's what Elon Musk has said. I don't care about your degree. And I have interviewed a lot of people for lots of jobs. And when they walked in the door, I was looking for collaboration, right? Were they a human being? Were there empathy in their talking? Were they emotionally intelligent? I wasn't really looking at the resume for the jobs they've done and the testimonies that got from their previous employer. That wasn't the first thing I was looking for. The first thing I was looking for is, how is he talking to me, and will he fit in the group, and will he collaborate, and will he talk to the people at his own level? Will there be humility, right? That's how I have been hiring people when I work in organizations, when I'm hired to do that. Then I look at the value of a degree later. Of course, they need to have outer skills as well, but I can teach those much easier than inner skills. And so, ladies and gentlemen, the last thing is, we live in an experiential economy. We live in a service-based economy. And here's the good news about Toastmasters. Everything we do is experiential. We don't sort of stand up in front of our Toastmasters club and tell people how to speak properly, and they go home and they learn how to speak properly in front of an audience, and they come back and come for a next lesson, and we'll tell them how to speak, and then they go back. No, they stand up, they shiver in the socks, in the knees, in the boots, and they start to speak and do the icebreaker. It's an experiential economy, the service economy. So how are you going to deliver your service to your guests, to people who come through your door, and to your members is going to be very important. Service. An entity's ability to deliver experience will set it apart. A club's ability to deliver experience will set it apart. How are you delivering the experience to your club members and to your guests. And that all boils down to the leadership that I've been talking about. You know, consumers will congregate and spend their dollars where they have the best experience. I talked about this when Lark and Pat Johnson were there. I talked about when you walk into a restaurant, right? When you walk into a restaurant, will you be served right away? Will somebody come and talk to you? Or will you just walk away? So leadership and technology delivers service at an excellent level, which we do at my club. We try our best, and we are teaching people how to do that in Leadership Speak, is create excellence, which is one of our key values. What is the experience that we are creating out of the excellence? And then will there be engagement? Those are the key things, ladies and gentlemen, in our future. And this is what we need to learn. And it will be useful in Toastmasters and outside of Toastmasters. So if you want to thrive in paradigm shifts, your leadership skill is at stake. Learn technology, because technology is going to accelerate very, very rapidly as we go into the future, extremely rapidly, and be able to serve and deliver that service using your technology and your leadership skills as a human being. How are you going to deliver the service? And that is legendary leadership. Thank you very much. Back to you, Brent.
Awesome. Thank you, Brahm. What I really like about Brahm's speech is it's that for our ability to thrive and amplify our impact as leaders, it is about embracing what we see coming and embracing the utilization of technology in a way that we can assist in becoming better leaders. And I think, again, Brahm, I credit you with real admiration for the fact that you continually challenge yourself on how to utilize technology. Just your presentation today, I think, is a very good exemplification of someone who is finding ways to use the presentation capabilities of technology to enhance your messaging. And by embracing that, you're encouraging all of us to learn new and innovative ways to do just that, to communicate our messages so that we can amplify our impacts. And thank you very, very much for that, Brahm. And thank you again for putting this session together so that we can all learn from yourself as well as all of the other parts of the meeting that we were able to attend. On that note, we have one final forum of some current district directors. Leading that forum is another chartered accountant. Now, that doesn't mean that, to be a good leader, you have to be a chartered accountant. But our next moderator also is a chartered accountant who happens to specialize in internal auditing and risk management. He's also a professional trainer and writes for Pakistan's leading marketing periodical. He joined Toastmasters in 2016, and he served in all club positions, as well as 3 district trio positions. He's currently serving as president of Leaders Worldwide in San Francisco. He's also the VP of Education at Karachi Toastmasters Club and Quantum Leap Advanced Toastmasters Club, and is the past district director. He's also a father of 4, apparently a proud introvert, and a sci-fi geek. Tala Hamid. Tala, over to you. Hey, Tala, your microphone seems to be giving us a little bit of feedback issue. I'm wondering if you might want to just double check that you have the correct microphone selected in your Zoom settings at the bottom.
Yeah, I just checked. Is it better now?
Now it's perfect.
All right. Thank you so much. So thank you so much, Brent. And of course, today has been all about amplifying our impact. And how do we amplify our impact? For that, we have to open our minds. We have to go through several paradigm shifts as we went today through DTM Ram's keynote and the previous sessions in today's wonderful event. Before shifting paradigms and before amplifying our impact, we need to change ourselves. And with every such session, with every time that we speak, every time we make a speech, it is my secret hope that we are able to change at least something within someone. It may be something small, it may be a life-changing epiphany, but something needs to change. That's why we communicate. Because things cannot go on as they are, can they? If things were so good, we wouldn't be so much worried about the world. And today's panel discussion is all about amplifying our impact towards making this world a better place. And I am so humbled and, to be honest, starstruck to be hosting some celebrities of Toastmasters world. There was a time when I used to look up, and I still look up to these personalities because they are the true stars in service leadership. And today we get to hear them through the panel discussion. So today's panel will have our past district director of District 116, DTM Thayalan. As we all know, District 116 has achieved great things and continues to achieve great things over the years. Next, we have DTM Samir Kamat, and he is the past district director of District 79. And District 79 needs no introduction because it is one of the, you could say, one district which leads the thought leadership throughout the world. And it's so closely connected with so many other districts. Next, we have past district director Nurul Munawwara, who has been in charge of district in Sri Lanka, and she has achieved great things in Toastmasters. And finally, we have my mentor and a mentor to the Toastmasters community in Pakistan, DTM Samir Dhodi. He is the founding territorial council director of District 122. Back then, it was a territorial council, and thanks to the foundation that he laid, today it is a provisional district. So everyone, please put your hands together for these illustrious personalities. So the panel discussion is less of a panel discussion and more of a table topics. Remember table topics, everyone? I bet all of you love table topics. And why are these like table topics? Because we have too much to discover and too little time. So I will request each and every one of you that please limit your responses to 1 or 2 minutes, and so that we can extract the maximum wisdom out of each and every one of you. So our first question will be answered by all panelists one by one, and we'll start with past district director Thayalan. Thayalan, I apologize for mispronunciation. I'm working on it. I'll get it right. The first question to each and every one of you is, we see so much negativity, division, and hate in the world today, wherever you go online or in gatherings. What do you think are some of the reasons, and how can we fix that? DTM Thayalan, over to you.
Thank you, DTM Thala. Yes, in my opinion, no one is born with negativity or hatred. They have developed these habits over the years when they grow up. And this hatred, I would say, is a condition, comes from the perception of fear. And experts say the hatred is an emotion or attitude that put the people into the aggressive mode and hostility mode to towards the other people, for example, individuals or groups. If I would say why the hatred happens is, first thing, it is like a fear or mistrust, or somebody is trying to cover something say for example about this, they are not able to do that. They're having a helplessness or powerlessness or shame. They want to try to cover it up, or they have some envy. Okay, and more than anything, I would say that they learn from parents, community, leaders, and other social groups. Out of other factors, I say this particular factor is the very dangerous factor because it has an enormous, wide-ranging consequences on that. Okay. But when I think the hatred is available in Toastmasters, I would say to a larger extent, no. Thanks to Toastmasters' core values that ensures that we don't practice those kind of negative elements in our midst. But if at all, if anything is there, I'm sure Toastmasters International is taking care of it and ensure it's going on very well. But again, onto that, how we can eliminate that, I can say one or two things. That is, the proper upbringing should happen from the family itself, starting from parents, and political, religious, and even community leaders should stop advocating all these hatred speeches, especially into the young minds. And whenever you feel hatred, better to stay back and come out of that. Back to you, sir. You are muted.
Yeah, thank you so much, Pastor Sudhakar, and what a lovely answer, nugget of life advice in a short time. Over to you, Pastor Sudhakar, Samir Kamal.
I was wondering, is it Samir or Samer? Okay.
Samer, yeah.
Thank you, Tala. Thank you. Now, why there are a lot of negativities and divisions, hatred in the world? Basically, because we select in a wrong way. We choose in the wrong way. We choose nationalism over humanity. We choose personal goals over community goals. Every nation thinks that they are the best and they are the chosen nation. I am from multi-cultures. I am from Jordan, from Egypt, from Palestine. I born in Kuwait. I'm living in Saudi Arabia. Someone from different cultures. And I can notice that every nation thinks that they are the best. They are the different. And that's from where the negativity comes and the division comes. But the good news, this is not a new thing. From the written history, and actually one of the articles in the New York Times, it says that in the past 3,600 years, only 268 years were peaceful. Imagine, around 8% of the written history. So it's not a new thing. The only new thing that we are aware of it. What happens of Pakistan, now I can know it immediately. And what happens in US, immediately I can know about it from the news. Now let's grab it and let's take it in a positive way. Since now the communication is open and we can know all what happens in the world, why don't we help each other to grab each other to the positive side, to the peaceful side, by clarity and clarifying our perspectives, the misunderstandings between the different cultures. And that's what we can do now, which wasn't possible before 100 years from now. So things were the same from hundreds and hundreds of the years. But now we have something that we can utilize, which is the open communications to grab the world towards peace and respect. Back to you, Talha.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, DTM Samer. And now the same question to DTM Nurul Munawwara. Over to you, madam.
Yes, thank you, Talha. Yes, I would say as others said, the cultural gap, that is the main reason for today's division and hate among the world today. And cultural gap. The second thing is the threat. People feel, because of the non-confidence on them, they think the others are threat to them. The third one is the communication. gap, communication gap, and leadership style, because people have different leadership style. As Samir said, everyone wants to dominate the others. So these are the main things, main reasons for the situations what is existing today. So what we can do is, as all of us know that we have 4 core values in Toastmasters: respect, integrity, service, and excellence. So the first 2 is not existing in because of the absence of the first 2, the respect and integrity makes the things worse. And I think as Toastmasters, maybe if we could contribute, maybe in a minute way, but that maybe that may grow maybe in years to come, because we know among the Toastmasters, we do not have much cultural gap. That really creates all these issues. Really, if we can build up that cultural gap among the Toastmasters in non-Toastmasters area, I am sure that definitely we can just amplify our impact in building the unity. Over to you, Thar.
Thank you so much, Madam, for that comprehensive reply. And I see a theme emerging here. Let's see what does DTM Samir have to say about this. And this time it's Samir.
Thank you, DTM Tala. I think I once read that each age defames itself. We think that we're in the worst possible place. If you look at the past 150 years, we've had 2 world wars, genocide, and even if you go before that, you know, if you look at the brutality among the people in wars and conflicts, it was absolutely horrifying. There's a author, Steven Pinker, and he has basically stated that this is basically the golden age where we have the least amount of violence, although it doesn't look like it. But let me give you an example. In 1815, Mount Tambora in Indonesia, it exploded. It was a volcano. It was the biggest recorded volcano in the history of mankind. And the sound was so loud, it was heard 1,000 kilometers away. Tens of thousands of people died. And the next year, 1816, was the year without a summer because there was so much dust in the atmosphere, even in the northern hemisphere. But guess what? People found about this explosion or this volcano 6 months later in Europe because, yeah, it was far away, nobody knew. And I think, as Samir said, Summer, that basically that now all the news is flashed on our screens and we said, oh my God, it's the end of the world. Is the school shooting in USA? Well, what does it have to do with you and me? But we hear about it and then we get all excited and upset. And I think that social media technology, which is also good and bad, is quite terrible in this sense that it has these echo chambers. And I think Facebook actually has this thing called engagement. They want you to stay, and the more you argue, the more you fight, the longer you stay. And I think this has really affected people. And of course, now you can spread fake news so easily, and people get so angry, so upset about things that are just not real. I think what we need most of all is that in each and every school, we need to be taught critical thinking. Is it real? Does it make sense? And if we do that, I think we'll go towards a better world. Over to you, DTM Tala.
Thank you so much, DTM Samir. So yes, utilizing Toastmasters' power of rational thinking, taking a step back and considering cultural differences, and most of all, believing that most people mean us no harm. They might simply be mistaken. That may help to reduce the hate that we see in this world. Moving on to our second question, I'll once again defer to Pacific Director Tayalan. And sir, you are requested to comment on how the Toastmasters core value of integrity can help amplify our impact as communicators and leaders.
Yeah, in the Toastmasters, all members are guided by the 4 core values, that is integrity, respect, service, and excellence. And these values enable our members to achieve excellence through the club meetings and all. But core values are the guiding principles and standards by which we perform our work and conduct ourselves. Core values provide a strong declaration to follow specific policies and procedures to ensure we conduct enforcement and accountability. In Toastmasters, integrity is the first virtue, they call it. And I just quote the word from our Toastmasters CEO, Daniel Rex. He said, the entire Toastmasters program depends on the integrity of each member. That is why it is our first core value. So we are expected, we as leaders, we are expected to ensure that we follow all the values, and especially whatever we do, we have a frank, open talk with the people and guide them also in the better way what we can do it. And as we grow as leaders, we have to mind that we are watched. People, they are looking up to us. Whatever we do, they watch. And if we are not doing something right, we may guide them in the wrong way. We may end up as a wrong examples. That we should not do that. So we have to ensure that we inculcate that integrity in ourselves, and we should be the role model of doing the following that. One simple example, I tell you why people are following up. One of the meetings we had there, I was opening the program. There is a special event, and as soon as I finished my opening address, I got a WhatsApp message from a member. That member was introducing to me as he's a Toastmaster for 1 year, and he mentioned that you are our district director. You had not acknowledged the MC who introduced you. Just imagine how he meticulously monitoring that. And adding to that, he said, "This is the third time I am observing you. So you are my district director. I thought it is. I have to inform you." I was shocked. Then I asked him, after the meeting, I asked him, "How did you have my number to connect?" No? The answer shocked me. He said, "So you are our district director. I thought just in case I saved your number." So that means we don't know who are following us and who are monitoring us. Always we have to ensure we are very cautious in following the core values. That too, integrity is the number one. Without that, all other values is of no use. Back to you, sir.
Tala, you're muted. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, PBB.
I would suggest,
Dayalan.
I would suggest
Yes.
that you guys don't mute yourselves, because then somebody has to unmute you manually
right.
from you.
I get it. As a matter of habit. Yeah. Thank you. So yeah, that was beautiful. And yeah, you're right. So that without integrity, perhaps there's a reason it's the first value. But often respectful and polite voices get lost in the noise. So PDD Samer, what do you say about respect and its importance in amplifying our impact?
Imagine that we are in a meeting and I'm not listening to you and keep interrupting your speech. I'm so aggressive in saying my opinion. I don't respect any other opinion. Will this meeting will lead to any positive output? Of course not. So simple gestures of respect, like paying attention, listen tentatively to the people, avoid negativity in your discussions, value others' opinions. These simple gestures of respect will reduce the stress in the meeting. And also will reduce the conflicts and the problems happens during the discussions. As a result, it will increase the quality of the teamwork between the team. And it will lead to a better and higher productivity. So it's not only impacting the communications, but also it's impacting the output of the team. And I'm not talking in Toastmasters only, but in different aspects, even in family. If there is no respect, there is no happy life. And if there is no happy life, there is no productive people there. So respect is really a core value, not only in Toastmasters, but everywhere, that we have to respect people, pay attention to what they are saying, look at them. I remember my father, when he was usually giving me like lectures when I was a kid. And you know that I'm always paying attention to the cartoons and Tom and Jerry and just looking at the TV. And he can always telling me, Samer, you have to respect me by looking at me when I am talking to you.
Yeah.
So paying attention, even with eye gestures, eye contact is very important to create this positive environment in your meetings and in your discussions, in your communications with the people. And it will lead at the end that it will have a positive output, positive productivity from the team or from the individuals themselves. So it's very important for the people to pay attention for respect gestures. Back to you.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful. Respect is not only important for communication, but for everything in life. And that leads us beautifully into our next question to DTM Munawwara and about service. Why is service important to amplifying your impact? Why cannot it just be communication for communication's sake? Over to you, madam.
Yes, Talha. We know the core values are respect, integrity, service, and excellence. When it comes to service, why we have to think why we are in Toastmasters. Yes, by being in Toastmasters, we are serving our members in different ways to improve their communication skills and to improve their leadership skills. But more than that, we have our responsibility to serve the community, not the community, to serve the non-Toastmasters. When it comes to non-Toastmasters, what it comes to our mind, the working place where we are, the corporate where we work. So the corporate, maybe we will have to serve from the employees to the CEO of the corporate. And we may be involved in volunteering organization. So it is our responsibility to serve the volunteering organization. So how you are going to serve it? Because we really learn in the Toastmasters, the branding, marketing, integrity, respect, everything. But it is our responsibility to share our knowledge, to share our passion for Toastmasters by serving to the others. So when we serve others with the core values of the Toastmasters, definitely we can really make them a better people or make our organization in a better way. So being Toastmasters, it is our responsibility to serve the non-Toastmasters. At any forum, it may be at village level or city level or any volunteer organization, because they just operate because without much training. But being Toastmasters, it is our responsibility to serve them better, make them to understand the branding, make them to understand the marketing, make them to understand how they improve their communication, make them to understand how they can develop their leadership. This is how the Toastmasters can serve the world better. I would say the world better.
I think that DTM Tala might have crashed out. Maybe lost
Yes.
his connection.
He's dropped off. I think he's got an internet connection. So I will, put myself here and put you guys back so that we have continuity as well. So now we have a couple of questions from the audience while we wait for Talat to come on, if you don't mind.
I think that perhaps, if you don't mind, I can just go on the excellence, because I think that he was going to ask about each and every, of the people here on the core values of Toastmasters, and he's going to ask me about the excellence because that's all this left.
Sure.
So should I go ahead?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and
thank you.
Let's have your views on that as well.
Well, I remember reading that in the Toastmasters magazines that for club members, excellence means performing assigned duties to the best of our abilities. And most of all, we gotta realize that sometimes we have good days, sometimes bad days, sometimes we have a lot of work, we cannot manage things. But on the whole, we have to do the best that we can. And this is not only in Toastmasters, but in life. And I think this is why this value of trying to do the most excellent job possible, whether you have limited resources, whether you have other issues, is so important. Because if you're excellent in Toastmasters, that habit sticks with you, and then it sticks with your real day job. So I think that all of the values of Toastmasters, they impact your life directly. And excellence, whether it's in your job, whether it's in your family life, whatever it might be, it's one of the most important values. Please, over to you, Toastmaster Brown.
Thank you very much. Wonderful view on excellence, because excellence is key. And I mentioned that in my talk as well, that if there's no excellence, service delivery must have excellence. Where companies are focusing on excellence and service delivery, they are gaining momentum. Like Amazon.com, God knows what they're doing with technology and their leadership. But a company like Sears up here in North America closed down years ago, right? They couldn't compete, and so on. Back to you, Tara.
Thank you so much, everyone. I believe this is.
Your sound isn't working, Tara.
Yeah. Yes.
It's breaking up.
It's still breaking up a bit.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's technology, so this is going to happen. But while Talha is putting on his sound system and working with it, anybody else here for excellence want to address that, or have you all addressed excellence? Talha, we can't hear you. We can't hear you, Talha.
I think perhaps you can just speak directly into your mic. I just cut off the headphone and just try to speak directly.
Now it should.
Now
it should be better. Yeah. So apologies for that, and that's also part of amplifying the impact, troubleshooting on the go, and fighting power failures and tech failures. Apologies for that. So now we move on to our next questions, and these are specific questions to each past district director with respect to their particular district. And you're all requested to take 2 minutes to answer each question. And once again, starting from District 116, past district director Thayalan. And we all know the background of Qatar is about to hold the World Cup. How did you motivate people in a place like Qatar to do so much for Toastmasters and to sign up for membership? One would think that they already had all the skills in every facility. So how did you do that? We'd love to learn about that.
Thank you. See, what we did is Qatar, we became an independent district in 2018 prematurely because of the geopolitical situation prevail at that time.
Right.
At the particular time, we were not ready for that, but we took it as an opportunity to grow. And the very first year itself, one of the senior members said, guys, this time you should try to aim for the world #1 status because you are new. So district is being small, it is possible for you guys to aim for that. We put that as one of the mission of world #1 plus removing the professional status from our district because we were professional district that time. So what we did is, we as a trio, everybody, we ensured that all our communications are amplified in such a way that our members get the message very clearly. So what we did is, we got the advantages of the social media. And I, being a club growth director, what I did is I ensured that we have a district council group. All the promotions and awards, I used to bombard the members with that awards, flyers, everything. And every now and then I used to put that, what you call, achievements. So this club achieved this club achievement, because I was trying to promote competition between them to ensure that everybody is coming up into the mainstream. And we were giving lavishly, we were giving the awards to recognize and appreciate them. No, that motivated every clubs to come up and do the thing. And another main aspect for us is, being a small country, we are accessible to everyone. So we know each other, people, we have a very good bonding and attachment. So that also helped us to interact with people very easily and get going. Qatar is a rich country, a small country, but here expatriates are more than the local nationals. And in Toastmasters also, expatriates are the huge number is expatriate. Only locals, we have only a handful of people. But there is an advantage as well as disadvantages, because since it's expatriates, we had a floating population also. And during the COVID, we had a severe setback because of the, what do you call that, job losses and pay cuts. We had a change, but still what we did is, that time we brought in some innovative ideas, saying, for example, because everybody is into the houses, they don't have enough time to go out. So we wanted to engage the members. What we did is, we did one series called Leadership Series. We brought in all past international presidents to address our members. That is one series we did it the peak of the COVID. Second series, what we did is communication coaching series. Again, we brought in world champion of public speaking. Every week we had a program. So that means our members were completely engaged. And because of that, we were able to retain the members. Another thing, what we did that time, the first year was, that was the time our past international president, Pat Johnson, she came with the idea of selling corporate programs instead of corporate clubs. I attended her training in Chicago. I brought that and we implemented that in our district. Believe me, first year we chartered 12 clubs. Out of that, 6 clubs were corporate clubs, because we got into that model to go with the corporate program. And another thing, what we always do is, we build a belong. Now, based on our communication, there's a belongingness of our members towards the Toastmasters. Now, instead of leaders, now the members themselves own the district now. That is the level we have reached. So that is an advantage for us. And whatever issues are there, they are always ready to come to us and we support them. This is the thing. Because of all these things, very first year itself, we achieved that we were the first ever smartly distinguished district, because that was the year it was introduced, and we were the first one. From the first year, we achieved world #1 status 3 years. Yours truly is the proud trial of all those 3 years. It was a great achievement. We owe everything to our members and the leaders. Back to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we could all learn. And what you described, some of those things sound so familiar, because many of our problems and challenges are common. Moving on to Pasifika Kaseme, and whenever I look at District 79's calendar, annual conference, it reads more like a magazine. So I'm so much in awe of what District 79 does in terms of inclusiveness. How does District 79 amplify its impact via diversity and inclusiveness while being respectful to local culture and customs?
Thank you, Talha, for this question. Actually, we are not reinventing the wheel. We are just following what we are living day by day. Let me explain it. Now, in Saudi Arabia, there are around over 34 million inhabitants or residents. 36% of them are expatriates. And even the citizens themselves, they are from 13 regions, which are different in dialect and traditions, heritage. There is a lot of differences. So diversity is a significant component in our community here. And we cannot deny that. The only way to survive, to live together, is to accept each other, respect each other, and give the chance for everyone to excel and be productive, because being productive will return back in a positive way to the community and to the country. Based on this understanding, when the leaders of Toastmasters a few years back start building District 79, they started from this concept of accepting each other. And by that, when we start chartering the clubs, we didn't put any limits, because, you know, in Toastmasters, the core activity there is growth, or the key success of Toastmasters is in growth, in clubs and in members. So we cannot put limits to certain nationality, certain community. We have to open it to everyone. And applying what this community was raised up with, that we have to accept each other, Toastmasters accepted, or the clubs here, the leaders here, they accepted each other. And they opened for all the opportunities, and they were willing to help anyone who wants to charter a new club or wants to join a club. There was no limitations. One small example, the club, my home club, which is the same club that I'm a member in until now, it was based on a Filipino club. But then they opened it for everyone. And they gave me the chance, although I'm not a Filipino, but they give me a lot of chances until I reach to serve the district as a district director. And reflect this concept to all the clubs in District 79, giving chances for everyone and supporting who is willing to learn and serve the people. And that's why the strength of District 79 was based on. Now, District 79 is not, Saudi Arabia is not only District 79. Now we are two districts in Saudi Arabia. And if if COVID didn't happen and didn't affect us, we were aspiring to be 3 districts in Saudi Arabia. Hopefully it will be done soon.
Oh, looking forward to. Thank you so much. That was beautiful. Looking forward to that time. Always an inspiration. Over to you, DTM Munawara. So, you had your own set of challenges, and we perceive Sri Lanka to be quite a small nation compared to others. But what you guys achieved was truly extraordinary. So, how did you amplify your impact in the world of Toastmasters?
Yes, Talha, thank you very much for the question. Yes, as all of you know that Sri Lanka is going extremely difficult situation as that now very, very high economic crisis with high inflation. I think the $45 is more than one third of their monthly wage. Just imagine. But still they are renewing. I just checked. On September 30th, we had 4,135 members, and out of that, 65% have renewed. It is really amazing to see that. So how it happens, must be wondering. Yes, most of the Toastmasters are really patient for Toastmasters. That happened from the beginning, I would say, because we had 2 international presidents. One is the Dr. Dilipa Rabesekara. Of course, he is a Sri Lankan living in United States, and the other one, Arunachalam Balraj. So these 2 gentlemen really made a huge impact in Sri Lanka in expanding the Toastmasters. At the same time, we past leaders, we were in the fraternity for a long time. We understood the value of the Toastmasters and the value of spreading the Toastmasters around the country, because English is the 2nd or 3rd language for all of us. So the need of the language is very, very important, especially among the youngsters, because if they wanted to excel in their employment, or if they wanted to look for good employment, it is very, very necessary to improve their leadership skills and the communication skills. So more than that, how we motivate is as Dayalan said, for each and every achievement, we used to recognize them. Even today, just 2 hours before this program started, I returned home. After 9 hours, I spent in a joint conference of 3 divisions, 3 humorous speech contests, 3 evaluation contests of 3 divisions. And after 3 years, we met in person. So all the members were thrilled to meet in person. And we recognized all the Medley Award winners, 880 Award, educational awards, new clubs. So they were thrilled. So they go with that thrilling excitement, and they take every opportunity, not we, they take every opportunity to spread the word and to spread the importance of the Toastmasters. I think thriving Toastmasters in Sri Lanka, the main reason for thriving Toastmasters in Sri Lanka is the motivation, I should say. And also we have developed the award points in such a way that all the clubs are engaged with the program. So we give points for team meetings, we have designed for MOT. So we have so many criteria. So clubs very enthusiastically follow that program, and almost all the clubs try to achieve they wanted to achieve the goals, and they wanted to go for golden club winners and quality club award and all. So all these are the main reason that we can spread the word of the Toastmasters even at this extremely, I can't say by words, extremely difficult condition. Still they stay with Toastmasters. Over to you, Dar.
Thank you so much, DT Munawar. That was absolutely beautiful, very inspiring, and a source of so much learning personally for us, because our district also faces some of the same problems, which brings me very neatly to DTM Samir. And DTM Samir, first of all, I'm sure you noticed how many hours past district director Munawar spent in district events. And secondly, just for future reference, and secondly, how did you overcome differences, preconceptions, and limitations while instituting Toastmasters as a district in Pakistan?
Thank you very much, DTM Tala. Toastmasters has been in Pakistan for over 20 years, and my mentor, Dr. Salim Ahmed, wanted a district to be formed. One of the big issues that we had in Pakistan is that Pakistan has a very slender waist, meaning that it runs a long distance from north to south, about 1,000 kilometers, say, between Karachi and Peshawar. So it was very difficult, and people were scattered all over, so it was quite difficult to communicate with them. Earlier, we didn't know them. If you visited the city, we might meet them once, and this was before Zoom. Clubs used to be formed, they used to die, and we couldn't help them out because they were too far away to communicate as such. Well, in 2019, we got near the 20 club kind of, target. And then there were people who said, well, we should basically join a bigger district. And then they were saying that, no, we should form our own district. And I must say that Sri Lanka was a big inspiration to us, because you have 1/10 of a population. You had a past president, Balraj, DTM Balraj. You had a world champion of public speaking. And we said, well, Sri Lanka can do it. We should be doing it organically, and we learn along the way. Then I started writing to Mr. Jonathan Lamb in World Headquarters, and he was very kind and always very, very, very responsive. And then the district started. There were difficulties because we really didn't know how a district is supposed to be run. And I must appreciate R.A. Ali Shahbaz Ali, who's now an international director. He was a regional advisor, and he helped us like crazy. I mean, I must say that I cannot praise him more, enough. He was brilliant. Then we also had, my team, which was DTM Tala and also DTM Zaid Kalia. They did all the heavy lifting as the PQD and CDJ, and it was their effort that really made the whole district go. We were hit by COVID in the first year, by the way. And then we also, it was fantastic. We had the communication. East Africa said, well, we bought the Zoom for the district for different clubs, and we followed the same path, and that helped us a lot to sustain Toastmasters. So I think that's all from me, that basically it's been a long journey. We've learned a lot, and it was the team effort and the kindness of all the people who have been involved, which helped us succeed. Over to you, DTM Tala.
Thank you so much. What a beautiful demonstration of the adage that it takes a village to raise a territorial council. So absolutely fantastic. And thank you for that trip down memory lane. In fact, our journey is also, as a district, is still in the starting stages. We've merely become an infant. So I'm just, we are over our allotted time, and we started 5 minutes late, I think. So just, I will ask each and every one of you, starting from Pastor Thayalan, brief tip. What do we need to start doing in order to amplify our impact? Just one-liner tip from each one of you.
In my opinion, I would say whenever we communicate, that time we have to keep in mind, know your audience. That is something we have to be. Why I'm saying that is, I've seen some places people come and talk, but that is irrelevant to that audience what they are talking. Even I have seen that happening in district annual conferences itself. We invite somebody who are very well positioned in the society or very big intellectuals. They come and deliver a keynote address where you have a 400, 500 audience, but the topic what they are coming and talking may not be interested to the audience. So they will start talking there, and audience started slowly forming different groups, and they will have their own discussions there. So my request to all the members is, however senior we are in Toastmasters, whatever positions we fill, each and every assignment when you take, because you have to understand all the members, they are giving their time, multiply. So suppose if you are talking for 30 minutes keynote speech and 20 audience, just multiply that number of minutes what you are going to have. For that, you have to give a meaningful message to them. For that, we have to ensure what we talk is relevant to them. This is what I would say, because I felt and I got irritated by this kind of activities. Back to you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. PDD Samuel, one thing we need to start doing to amplify our impact.
Well, if you want to amplify your impact as a communicator, communication have two sides, the sender and the receiver. So one thing is not enough. Now, as a sender, you need to dig deep in your thoughts to select your words very carefully, especially when we are using a second language. So you select the words that exactly reflect or express your ideas. That's the first thing as a sender. As a receiver, you need to be patient and also understanding that mistakes may happen, and you need to ask more to clarify the point of discussion. By that, I think we can amplify our impact as communicators. Back to you, Talha.
Thank you so much for amplifying that. We just don't need one thing, we need to do a lot of things. What about you, DTM Munawara?
Know your communication better with Toastmaster or non-Toastmaster. And be a role model as a leader from the top to the bottom in your corporate or in the Toastmasters fraternity. And you can amplify your impact.
Perfect. What about you, DTM Savir?
Remember that we are servant leaders. In our subcontinent, there's an unfortunate tendency of status. And I always tell people, all of the district leaders, and myself, of course, when I was there, I am a servant to the district. I have to serve. If you don't have that in you, you're in the wrong place. Toastmasters is not about the title, it's about serving the district. That's all.
Thank you so much, each and every one of you. This brings us to the end of our panel discussion. I'll just summarize it in 1 minute. First of all, remember that we are here for service. Remember that we are here to make a positive change to this world. That has been the overarching theme of this event. That was the theme of DTM Braham's address as well. Whatever we do, we need to do it to serve the community, and that will ultimately bring change. And secondly, we need to safeguard the core values of integrity, respect, service, and excellence whenever we communicate, in whatever we do, not only within Toastmasters, but outside of Toastmasters. And finally, the answer to each and every crisis and problem is in the community, whether that community is within your district or area or division, or whether it is outside of your borders entirely. And that's the beauty of Toastmasters. The way we are sitting here right now under one virtual roof, it doesn't even matter where we are sitting, what time zone we are in. We are just here for one purpose. So that is, for me, the beauty of Toastmasters, and it is the perfect way to amplify our impact. Over to you, Master of Ceremonies.
Thank you, Tala, and thank you very much, panel, for that continued discussion on how we amplify our impact as leaders. Tala, I thought you did a great job of summarizing the panel discussion. Well done. And again, thank all of you for your contribution and for sharing your experience and your time with us. All right, folks, that is our Amplify Your Impact part of the Global Leadership Impact Summit series. Before I officially conclude the meeting, we are going to throw the Zoom poll up. We made maybe a little technical error the last time we tried to get everybody's feedback on capturing your feedback from the poll. We're going to throw the poll up there. I would just ask, because we do have a number of hosts and co-hosts, make sure that you do not end the poll. Minimize it, but for yourself, but make sure that you don't hit the end poll button. It'll stay up for users. If you don't want to enter your feedback, you can just close it or minimize it yourself. But otherwise, we are absolutely interested in your feedback about this session. And if you have suggestions or an evaluation of how we could have improved this session today, by all means, please include that in your feedback. If you don't have time to complete the poll right now, but you would still like to give your feedback about what you really thoroughly enjoyed, what your major takeaways from today's session were, or how you could suggest that we improve upon this for future sessions as we continue to advance this cause of a focus on leadership development, by all means. I think most people would have Braham's contact information, or of course, just Googling him will give you a multitude of ways that you can contact him afterwards to be able to provide him with that feedback. Now, on that note, to help close out this meeting today, I'd actually like to pass it back to the founder of this and the organizer of our event, Braham Amon, who's going to give us our final closing thoughts, as well as maybe give a little bit of information about anybody who's interested in continuing a regular session of leadership development in our Advanced Club Leadership Speak. Braham, over to you.
Thank you, Brent. And by the way, Brent is the co-founder of Leadership Speak, by the way. So I don't know if that was mentioned earlier or not, but he is the co-founder. So together we are partners in crime, or in leadership in this club. Thank you all for coming, and I know it's a long session. I didn't want it to be that long, but I get so excited. I kept adding people to the agenda and things that we really wanted to do. So of course it becomes longer and longer. And I know most of you have been here. Some of you arrived early from 8:30 onwards because of the time change. You didn't know what time it was, so you arrived at 8:30. I knew some people would come at 8:30 because of the time change. So we opened the room at about 8:20, and there were people coming in. Thank you so much for your patience. I don't know if you still are here, or those who came at 8:20, but the team is here. Some of the members from Leadership Speak are here. Now, Leadership Speak. I put up a link so that if you want to leave, you can click that link in WhatsApp and join our group in WhatsApp, and I'll answer your questions about Leadership Speak. That link is again there if you want. However, if you have a question about Leadership Speak or how we do such huge events, some of these events are bigger than what a district normally puts. As you can see, the numbers today were well over 250 at one point in time in attendance. Actually, if you look at the real attendance, there were like way over 300 people that actually did attend various different parts of this session. So if you want to join Leadership Speak or want to find out more about Leadership Speak, I'm here to answer your questions. We'll be here for the next little while, just a few minutes. So if you want to ask me anything, please raise your hand and I'll answer your question as to how to become a member or anything about Leadership Speak or just general information. You don't have to become a member. You just want to know something about our club. By all means, me or Brent here will be able to answer those questions. So any questions from anyone?
Udaya?
Yeah. Please unmute Udaya. Go ahead.
Yeah, how you get this energy to run such big events? It's very inspiring. Bringing 200 people on online is not an easy thing. How you do that? Last time it is more than 500 people on online. How it is possible? Where you get this?
Actually, the number of people who registered for this event was well over 700 people registered for this event. And I think the unique visitors to this event were well over 300 unique visitors for at different parts for whatever they wanted to come to. How do we do this? Well, it begins with small little steps in terms of, okay, I want to do a project. What is the vision for the project? So you have to know the why, which Lark Dolly mentioned several times. Know your why, know your big why, the smaller why, and the smallest why. And I know the why. I want to really serve the world and change the world through Toastmasters, through finding your speaking. So once you speak through that why, the purpose, the vision, the next step is who is going to be on my team. Right? And so you gather a team of people around you, like Brent here, right? He knows everything about leadership and more than perhaps I do. I mean, he works in large organizations, big deals and all that. That's what he does. He probably knows more than I will ever know about leadership in that terms. But I know about leadership from working in organizations as a chartered accountant and as a coach and consultant and so on. So we bring all those things together, and in our club, we got some fascinating people. I always look out for people who are doing great, and then I ask them if they want to become a member. So we choose who wants to become a member in our club rather than just randomly anyone because we want the numbers. So we are not after numbers, we are after quality first. So those things then add up to the meeting quality that we have. When you have a high quality meeting and people actually see that your meeting quality is high, how you're delivering the meeting. So we know our technology, we know leadership, and we know service delivery with excellence. So all those things are congruent. Your vision of the event, when people come to your meeting, they actually see, wow, it is what they're talking about is true, walk the talk, and have a team around you that will inspire and lift you up as well as other people around you. Then the next step is who is going to be the public relations manager, a director. So we have a public relations director for this project who is now a member of Leadership Speak. Her name is Dr. Aswati Rajan from District 120, and now she's a member of Leadership Speak. And she creates the graphics that are so amazing, and she's so good at Canva. So I have a PR person that is totally dedicated to this project. And she's totally just dedicated to this project for our club. Of course, she must be doing a lot of other things for her district, being in the area director and so on. She couldn't be here today because she's traveling right now, so she couldn't be here. And so I have a great PR team, and she was part of the team. And then we do Facebook Lives. So that's this other part. And then we start to put out flyers one at a time, slowly, and build up the momentum. And then people who join, we ask them, can you be an ambassador? Can you please spread the word, because we want this event to be big? And when they see the quality of the meetings and when they see the quality of our graphics and what we're putting out, so quality and excellence is key, that momentum begins to grow. So that's it. That's the secret out there.
Wow.
What Brahm didn't actually say is the real secret is he hates to sleep, so he just works 24 hours a day.
I work very hard, for sure, because well, Toastmasters is not my only thing that I do. So of course I have to work hard and smart in Toastmasters and do my other thing as well outside of Toastmasters. So I work very hard. Sometimes you'll see me sending out emails, texts at 1 or 2 o'clock at night. Some people say, "Why are you awake at this time? Go to sleep. I'm not talking to you now." so that happens. Sometimes I get very early in the morning, and my workplace in the morning from about 5 o'clock to about 8 o'clock is in my bed. I work from bed, and then I go to the gym. Yeah, I work very hard.
We've got a question from Linda Orlando. Linda?
Thank you, Brahm.
Thank you very much for the question today. Oh, I think Linda's still on mute.
Go ahead, Linda.
If one of our hosts can, there we go. And one of our hosts. we got you muted again there, Linda.
Muted, Linda.
Hello?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, there we go. I pressed the unmute button. I just wanted to say thank you so much for this event. I attended the Halloween event that you had, I believe it was last week, had a wonderful time. And also this event today, thank you so much. I had learned a lot. Just appreciate it and all that you've done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Linda. I really appreciate that. And we will be sending out a Google form for your testimonials, written testimonials. If you haven't put it in the chat here already, then you can put it there as well. But if you put that in the chat here, that'll be great as well. I mean, in the poll here, that's still up there. Your comments, that'd be great because we value good feedback and where to improve, of course. Anybody else? I know that Manju has got a burning question because she wants to be a member. Put you on the spot, right, Manju? Sorry, you're muted. We'll have to unmute you. Sorry, go ahead again. Sorry. Yeah. You're still muted.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for that wonderful event, Amplify. And when you said Dr. Ashwati created the posters, right? I was having that mentor's moment, you know. I was the one who taught her Canva. So when I taught her Canva, I didn't realize that she was going to create this kind of craft for the entire world to see. So I was having that proud moment as a mentor, maybe an emotional moment. So that's it. No questions and wonderful event, like as always. Yeah.
And she has, yes.
Leadership and communication. Yeah. You have both. You have balanced that really well. You know, having leaders speak as well as WCPS champions. You know, you have leadership panel discussions. You have leadership keynote. So time and again, I think you are emphasizing the fact that yes, here in Toastmasters is where leaders are made. Because many a time I just hear only about contests. But in this particular event, I saw that due balance was there between the leadership and the communication track. So I'm so happy and thank you, Brahm, and all the organizers who work behind it. I know Nurul as well, the DTM Nurul on the panel, and Sridhar Ranganathan. Some of them I know them personally. I've met them, you know, touched them and all, you know, kind of. So I was having that emotional moment when I see them on stage, listening to them, you know, really happy. I'm sure the entire world too enjoyed these people. And of course, Timer Hannah. Hi, Hannah. Yeah, I met her in Canada at a club and then in UK too. Yeah. Thank you. So please continue this good work, bringing the entire world together under this Amplify Your Impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Manju, and we look forward to you completing the membership as soon as we figure out how to transfer that funds, whatever, from India.
Yeah,
Right?
PayPal
That is
is
the
not
problem,
working
right? Right
in
now
India.
with the
Yeah, PayPal is not working in India, so I'm having a difficult moment trying to figure out what to do.
That's all right. Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll sort that out.
Yeah.
Now, our member, a very good member, Hannah, has her hand up. Hi, Hannah. If you can unmute yourself.
I just want to find out, should I put the leadership guest book into the chat box?
No, that's not necessary because we have opened up the group for those who want to find out more. They can enter the group. Right. So that's
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much, everyone. It's been a pleasure. If there's no other questions, not only about Leadership Speak, but about the whole event or anything else you need to find out, please do reach out to me. And we will do our best to answer those. You can find me on social media. I'm the only person globally, anywhere on Google. If you type my name, Brahm Memon, I'm the only person with that name. So I'm very easy to find. I can't hide. So either on LinkedIn, Facebook, Google, I'm the only person with this name at the moment. At the moment, who knows later. So, okay, with that, ladies and gentlemen, then I will close this meeting. Thank you all. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Talha, for leading the District Directors Forum on the future of leadership. And those who've joined our group, I will talk to you later in the WhatsApp group, and we'll hold a separate meeting for that. Thank you very much. Have a good day, everyone. This meeting is now adjourned.